Good morning, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to call to order the Saturday, March 9th meeting of the Finance and Warrant Committee. First on our agenda is public comment. Is there anyone? And I'll just put a word out about comment. What has been our practice in the past is that department heads this morning will be presenting. After they present, and there's questions from the Finance and Warrant Committee members, we'll open it up to the public or anybody that's participating with the hybrid to ask any questions, just so we understand what our format's going to be. So, at this point, a lengthy agenda, but we'll be hitting every department head in the town. First, we have town manager's budget presentation. Mr. Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Finance and Warrant Committee. Appreciate you taking time out of your lives to spend this Saturday with us and go over the budgets. And so we're going to start today with the budget message. And I know that most of you, well, not many of you saw it when we presented it a couple weeks ago. But so I'll go through that. I won't take up perhaps as much time, but I leave a little bit of time for questions because I know that you all often have questions, and so we can have this be very interactive this morning and not a lecture style or anything like that. So this is the FY25 budget. As you all know, we work every year through a lengthy process to create a balanced budget. By law, we have to present a balanced budget, which means the revenues have to match expenditures. We can't run a deficit like federal government can or even state governments. So each year stands on its own, and we work very hard with the departments and the Finance and Warrant Committee and town meeting and select board and others, all the stakeholders in town, to make sure that we are budgeting the funds we need to meet the priorities of the town without spending any more than we need to. So we had every year we have budget priorities, but I thought it was important this year to call out what the priorities were as we worked through that budget process with the department heads and with the various boards and committees. Just emphasize what we're trying to do here. And the top priority is to create a sustainable financial plan. And because it's easy to look at a budget in, sort of in a vacuum in 1 year and say, okay, this is great. But if you're not being strategic, what you do this year has an impact next year and the next year and the next year and so on and so forth. So I think we've made a lot of progress in this realm over the last several years. In particular this year, we, as you know, we adopted the longer range financial forecast, which is something that we shared with you all and discussed earlier back in 2023, which will help us forecast and build budgets for a 5-year period. And that's definitely a tool that I think will benefit the town for years to come. We also conducted the benchmarking study with the Collins Center. I should say both of those things were grant funded. So again, kudos to the folks who work with us, Brady and Rana and Amanda and Nancy and Doreen, and everyone in our office is working together on these budgets and tools for us. And so we get these grants, and we brought these new tools in to help us build a sustainable budget. I know that's important to you, and it's important to the community. So that's the top goal. Maintaining services to the taxpayer. So you'll see we call this a level service budget. That does not mean a level funded budget, and we talk about that every year. What the difference is? A level funded budget would be, okay, we gave the fire department $10 this year, and it doesn't matter how much the costs go up; they get $10 next year. A level service budget is, we gave the fire department $10 this year. Those same items now cost $12, so we're going to budget $12 next year so that they can buy the same level of service, essentially. And so that's what you'll see. If there's increases, it is usually based on inflationary type pressures that are raising the cost of providing the same level of service, not necessarily the same cost of service. So we're maintaining services to taxpayers as best as we can within the financial constraints that we have. Investment in capital infrastructure. The town of Dedham has made a ton of investments in capital infrastructure over the last couple of decades, and that's very much driven by the fact that for decades before that, there wasn't as much capital investment, and we really find ourselves in a moment when we need new schools, this new town hall that we're sitting in, public safety building next door, and all the way down to roads and sidewalks. And we've done a great job bringing those all up in condition. Speaking of roads and sidewalks, our pavement condition index has come way up since the early 2000s when they started investing in the roads again at a high level. So I think, again, we've made a lot of progress. We need to be thoughtful about how we continue making that progress, but we also have to maintain now what we've built, which is why you see some increases in things like the facilities budget for maintenance type items, because these buildings do now require maintenance to keep them in that shape that we hope to keep them in for many, many years. And then achieving select board goals and community goals is something that's important to us as well. The select board goes through a goal setting session every single year, and based on their goals, which are the community's goals, as the chief elected body in town, we are trying to accomplish as many of those as possible through the budget as well. So again, those are our budget priorities this year. The next slide is just an overview of the revenues, and it shows a couple of year look back as well. So you have FY23 approved, FY24 approved, and then the FY25 recommended revenues. You see state aid, there's a significant bump in there, and we can talk about that in a little bit more detail, what is driving that. It's largely Chapter 70, the education aid behind that, but we can get into a bit more detail of that later, but a 23% increase is somewhat extraordinary in the state aid line, and there's some factors driving that. Local receipts are relatively flat, actually down slightly, and that's largely based on our attempt to be a little bit conservative but accurately predict what we expect to receive for department revenues and fees and things of that nature. Free cash, everyone jokes about it not being free, and it truly is not free. Free cash is it's the money that we essentially have left over in our funds after we make appropriations from the prior year, or if we have higher than expected revenues or other sources of unexpected revenues during a year, and that goes into our funds that are just essentially not accounted for. So it's free for expenditure or other use, and that's why they call it free cash. We have a proposal to use a little bit more free cash this year than we have in prior years. Free cash, per our policies, we can use for one-time type expenses, we try not to use it for recurring expenses, which is best practice. But you see this year we are in an attempt to lessen the burden to taxpayers, and based on our slightly better than we have had position in free cash over the last couple of years, using or proposing to use about $4.4 million, which is up approximately 50% over prior years. Major capital stabilization for debt service, that's the Robin Reyes Fund. You see that's relatively flat. That is our local tax revenues that come from the rooms and meals, local option tax, predicting about a $1.8 million revenue source from that. Enterprise fund transfer in, that is funds that come from the enterprise fund, which is our business type accounts, primarily stormwater and sewer, and we use that to cover the overhead that's associated with other town operating departments. So you see there a $1.2 million source, and then at the very bottom you see the tax levy, which is how we fund everything else that's not funded by any of the above lines, and that's what our residents see in their tax bill. And that this year we're projecting a $116 million tax levy, which is up about 6.2% from last year. So just to detail a little bit more the state aid increase. So you see here, we looked at Chapter 70, and Chapter 70 is the state education aid. You can see a couple of years of history here again, where back in 2023, we received about 6.7. 24, 6.9, and then you see it jump up to 9.7 and that's, I'll say that this is all preliminary for FY '25 because this is based on the governor's proposal and we don't yet have anything from the legislature. Typically, it varies, but it's not going to vary substantially. At least we don't think so at this point in time. But I just wanted to put that little asterisk next to this. So you do see a significant increase there. And on Tuesday night, the superintendent will, and the assistant superintendent for finance will be able to explain exactly why. But there's a complicated formula that the state looks at that calculates everything from the number of high needs students we have, our student population, our teacher population, our demographics, costs associated with out of district, and there's probably 20 or 30 different factors that go into it, and then they calculate what the town gets as far as state aid for education. And so because of changes in some of those factors, that's why we see this large increase this year. And so it's important to net that out though, so because there are these on the cherry sheet, which is named for the type of paper it used to come on, but this basically on the front of the so-called cherry sheet, the state tells us how much money they're going to give us, and then on the back they tell us how much money they're going to take back. And so these are this funds and then charges. And so on the charges side, we do pay certain things out of that state aid, such as teacher retirement, medical, sorry, and some, what's the other one? There's tuition offsets. There's 2 or 3 different offsets that go with the education aid. So we deduct those out. You see that, and then you get net state aid is 6.9 million there on the third line up from the bottom. That is still a significant increase over prior years, the tune of about 2.4 million. And then if you net out the increased, the proposed increase to the DPS expenditures at the top there, which is 4.2 million, deduct out the 2.4, the expenditure increase for the schools over the aid increase is about 1.8 million for FY '25. And then just the next slide, I don't think we need to go into extensive detail, but Chapter 70 aid is general fund revenue, so it comes into the town, and like all other state aid, we put it in the general fund and then we reapportion it back out through the various departments based on its warrant committee recommendations and town meeting vote. The reason why it's general fund revenue per state law is because we spend more than what is required for required net school spending. So you see for FY '23, the required school spending was $26 million. Because we were above that, Chapter 70 is considered general fund revenue and it doesn't go directly towards the schools. So that's why you see that. Just wanted to explain that because we did get a few questions. The next slide is an overview of our general fund expense summary. This breaks down the various expense categories by service area or service type. So general government, that's what you see typically most of your town hall departments in there, the town manager's office is in there. And I just want to call out that the large increase you see there at the 14.5%, that is driven largely because we are currently bargaining with 8 different unions. We don't have settled contracts right now. Every year, we have the salary reserve, which we use for budgetary adjustments to personnel lines. Because we don't have settled contracts, we weren't able to factor into each individual line item throughout the budget the COLAs for next year. So we carry that in salary reserve instead. So there's a $725,000 increase above last year's $175,000 salary reserve line, which represents the bulk of that 14.5% increase. Once we settle contracts, Hopefully they get approved at town meeting. Then we'll use that salary reserve to make adjustments to all the different personnel lines based on that for FY '25. Again, that's the standard practice that the town has employed for many, many years. But you do see some fluctuations, typically every 3 years, based on that. Next slide, please. So, capital improvement program, you see here, we are recommending funding about $9.6 million in capital improvements for FY '25. The town has a lengthy capital review process starting late summer, September timeframe. Departments submit to our office what we call Forms A and B, which are their capital proposals for the next 5 years. And then we compile all that and we work with the Capital Expenditures Committee and the Finance and Warrant Committee to review the capital requests. The Capital Expenditure Committee makes recommendations on what they believe are the priority projects. They send those to the town manager's office, and then we work to fund those for the following year and make a proposal to you all at the town meeting. So what we have here is that vetted process and the outcome of that vetted process. This is roughly in range with what we've spent in prior years, and try to level that off. We don't want to exceed certain levels of debt and or use of free cash. So we're trying to be thoughtful about this and work within our means. So I know everyone usually will do a very good job of identifying what the largest budget drivers are, but we called out a few of them here so I can explain them in brief, and then we can dig into them later. But the largest budget drivers for this year, obviously, salary reserve, so I already talked about that. We have increases to town facilities, and our new facilities director, Matt Hafner, will be able to talk to that in greater detail later. But again, this largely goes to our efforts to be a little bit more proactive in some of our maintenance and planning of our capital projects and our capital facilities. And so this is a sizable increase, and we realize that, but we do believe it's necessary to make sure we're maintaining the assets that we've invested so much in. Rubbish and recycling, we talked about this a lot last year. We, as a town, we have curbside collection. We have a couple of different contracts that drive the cost of that. One is a disposal contract that we pay a certain amount per ton for disposal of waste. And then we have the hauling contract, which is currently with Boston Carting. And that's the folks who come around and with the trucks and pick up the trash and recycling and other items on the curb. And they charge a certain amount for that. And because of those contractual increases, we have about an 11.8% increase this year for our rubbish and recycling budget. And that's also based on volumes and projected volumes, which amounts to a little over 300,000, which is a significant amount in our budget. And it was a significant increase last year too. And we can. So as of it stands today, we spend a little over $3 million a year on just picking up and disposing of trash as a community. And that does go directly against the levy. We have some, I think, recommendations relative to that going forward, but we want to call that out. And I should note that this is actually slightly lower than it would be, only because we're not proposing to reduce leaf collection this year. We're budgeted in for 22 weeks, which is what we did this year. But we moved that from the operating budget here at the levy to the stormwater enterprise, because that's an activity which does improve our impairment of our stormwater ways. So we were able to take that off the levy. We'll fund that via the stormwater enterprise fund, and otherwise this increase would have been somewhere around 20%. So we were able to defer a little bit of that, but at the end of the day, it's still coming out of our taxpayers' pockets. And then employee benefits, that's things like retirement, health insurance, and all the other fringe benefits that we pay for employees. We have projecting a 7% increase in that line this year, which is a little over 1.3 million, largely driven by an almost 10% increase in health insurance costs for this year, which we were fortunate that during COVID, health insurance had flattened off a little bit, but now the insurance companies are back to their old methods of, we're seeing close to double-digit increases pretty much throughout the market. Personnel changes for this year. We are proposing no new positions this year, just due to some of the fiscal constraints we are facing. That doesn't mean that there weren't worthy requests, and so I did want to just call out some requests that were made by departments that I think that they definitely had merit, and then perhaps in a different time, we would have thought about funding either some or all of these requests. But unfortunately, this year, financial pressures being what they are, it didn't seem prudent, but I did want to call them out. So just going through these briefly, Chief D'Entremont had made a proposal to have 3 new police officers. We've actually down from where we were previously in numbers of police officers over the last 20 years. And by adding 3 police officers, we would be able to split our busiest sector and have a little bit more attention paid to that. It seems like based on the data that we have been collecting and the reporting, that this would be a positive benefit to the town. But unfortunately, it's something that does come at a cost, and we didn't think we could do that this year. So, Chief also been following innovations in departments like ours. A new position that many departments are adding is a crime analyst position that will help us look at some of the data and the trends around policing, help us be a little bit more effective and efficient with our deployment of resources. And again, this is a request that I do think has merit, especially given that we have some of these new powerful tools, Pro Phoenix, which is their reporting data management tool. It would be nice to have a position like this, but again, difficult to fund any type of position. Firefighters, Chief Spillane has made this request now for a number of years to add additional firefighters. Again, there's certainly merit to it, but it comes at a cost. So we're talking about potentially putting in for a grant to help us offset this if we were to move forward with something like this. And we'll certainly keep you in the loop about that. And Chief can talk more about why he believes this is important, and we think it would be a positive for the community. And then last but not least, we would certainly benefit from having additional grounds help. We have a lot of green space, gardens, and things of that nature around town. All the spaces are pertinent to these buildings, talking the high school, the town hall building, but in an outdoor laborer type position, groundskeeper would be a big benefit to the town, so we wouldn't have to contract out as much work. But again, this is something that didn't make the budget this year. Sure. I'll drink some coffee.
Recording in progress.
Is it not sharing again?
No, we're almost fixed.
Okay.
All set?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. So the next slide is our tax levy slide. And as I explained earlier, the tax levy is the amount of funds that we raise via the taxpayers, and it directly impacts folks' tax bill that they get here in town. Tax levy is controlled by Proposition 2.5, as you all know, which has been in place since the early 1980s here in Massachusetts. And that basically means that the levy is allowed to grow 2.5% plus new growth every year, and whether or not you use that. So you can see on the top line here in the chart is the prior year levy limit, plus 2.5% is the next line down, plus new growth. And so then you get what is your levy ceiling, which is the absolute amount that you can raise via taxation. And then there's a couple of offsets that you can see, like debt exclusion, and then we can calculate what the levy capacity unused is. And so historically, Dedham has had a lot of unused levy capacity. Going back several years, it was well over $10 million, and at various points in time, that was used to allow the tax rate to stay relatively flat, and the tax increases to stay relatively flat by using free cash to offset increases in the tax levy in the past. The last several years, we've had less free cash, as you all know. We've had this highly inflationary economic situation. We've been trying to maintain services, so we've been slowly eroding this unused levy capacity. Based on our projected increase of $6.8 million to levy, we would only have about $1.5 million in levy capacity left for next year. Now, that would mean that given similar circumstances that we're facing this year, that we would be starting in the hole next year, if you will, and be cutting. Because even if we wanted to, if Finance and Warrant Committee wanted to, without an override vote, or without somehow taking things and taking them off the levy, we cannot legally go above that. And so that puts us in a somewhat of a position where we really need to be thoughtful this year and working toward next year in a really strategic way to put ourselves in a position to overcome that without having to just drastically cut services. And I think that's something our residents don't want. They don't want to be paying essentially the same tax bill and get much less service, which is what will happen if we aren't able to make adjustments over the next year in preparation for next year's budget. Do you all have any questions about that?
I know we've talked about this,
Yeah.
and it's a particular part of your presentation that I focused on, because I think it correct me if I'm wrong, because ostensibly, if you will look at the budget and you look at what's allowed, the 2.5% increase plus new growth, for this year, we would have approximately $4 million. And we're projected to spend more than that.
Yes.
Yes. So that additional funding comes out of the unused levy capacity.
That's correct.
If the present, what you're projecting to, with the 2.5 and the new growth, and dipping into the unused levy again, we would have at the end of the year a $1.5 million balance.
Mm-hmm.
If additional funding is added on to your proposal in terms of the budget,
Mm-hmm.
that additional money would come out of that 1.5.
That's correct. And only up until that 1.5.
Yes.
That's because that's the ceiling limit as we stand right now.
And the ramifications, I think, for this year are clear, and nobody has a crystal ball. But what would be your projection in terms of next year if we were looking at less than the $1.5 million carryover for the unused levy capacity? Given the history of where our budget increases have started,
Mm-hmm.
and just level service. And I know you can't predict it,
Yeah.
but
Looking at the long-range financial forecast and some of those tools in our projections, assuming we have the 1.5 million there, we would be looking to reduce budgets by about $3 million next year to start. Now, if you have less than the 1.5, it's a one-for-one increase in those reductions next year. So if you have 500,000, you're talking about a $4 million cut to this right off the top next year to the budgets, which is significant in the scheme of things. Which is why we are making some proposals, which we think can help mitigate this, because again, we don't want to be too doom and gloom here, but this is a very important thing that we need to be working on now to resolve for next year.
and I think the choice of words are doom and gloom. I think that's very important for, as we head into this budget cycle, because we haven't looked at reduction in staff, although we will hear Tuesday night about proposals from the school department for reductions in staff. But should this 1.5 go down to 900,000, 800,000, the projection would be that we would have reductions in staff in other areas.
Yeah, and just that.
Not to create any fear factors or any undue stress or anything else, but I think that's the reality that we have to look at as the board that recommends to town meeting spending.
Yeah, and you know what, I think in my attempt to be brief, I think I did skip over an important point. When I said that these budgets are largely level service, that excludes the school department. The school department's level service budget increase would have been nearly 12% this year. What instead came over to the town manager's office was an 8.06% increase, which is less than level service for the schools, which meant that they were already reducing their level of service, and that meant, at this point in time, that largely means personnel. And I don't think that they've identified exactly how many that would be, but it would be a meaningful number of positions that would be reduced. To get us to where we are right now, we're actually not recommending the 8.06. We're recommending a little under 7.1% increase for the. So that was a further cut beyond even what the school committee had recommended. And that's something we've talked about with school administration, and they're working on the ramifications of that right now. That's to get us to this recommendation where we would have a $1.5 million levy ceiling buffer. So.
And we will hear more from the school department on
So
Tuesday.
you'll hear more from the school department, but I wanted to be clear that things are not all level at the school department. There will be reductions next year based on even on this budget proposal.
Michael?
Yeah,
Michael Pete?
beyond the school department, what cost-out efforts are you looking at? Not necessarily, still within level service, but what cost-out efforts are within the town are going on to, whether it's renegotiating with current service providers or putting something out, another service out to bid, or however you would do it, many different ways, but what are the cost-out efforts going on?
Yeah, so we are looking at consolidating certain cost items. We've adjusted a few items within the budget to reduce, for example, and you're going to see in the engineering budget, there's a decrease in outside services for professional services. That is driven by largely the number of projects we're working on, but also, so we wanted to pull back some of those numbers to try and true up costs, so that we don't spend unnecessarily on outside vendors and things like that. So throughout the budget, you'll see it really is, our largest cost driver is personnel. 80+% is personnel. So there's not a lot of discretionary funding to adjust. We have a lot of other contracts that are long-term contracts. At the end of the day, we're talking single digits of discretionary budget within the town side, which means it's relatively difficult to reduce those costs, but we did make an attempt throughout the budget to rein those in as much as possible.
All set, Mike?
Yeah.
Kevin?
Thanks. Excuse me. Lan, I just want to get to the revenue figures on the school side that you talked about earlier, the increases in the revenue.
Yes.
And I appreciate it's kind of speculative, because if I understand what you're saying, this is really just based on Governor Healy's proposal. We don't know what the legislature is going to do with it, but assuming that assumption holds true, are there one-time items, or are these structural changes that, if adopted, are likely to produce similar results in the future? Or are we building on, the refugee resettlement money, for example, if that is going to go away? That's what I'm trying to get a sense of.
Sure. So the Chapter 70 increases that we are projecting in here and including in here does not include the funds that we are getting for the refugee students. That is a separate funding source that is not counted in the budget for next year, and that we are expecting to receive in this fiscal year. We don't know about next fiscal year, so it's not in there. This would be based on changes to essentially the funding formula for the town of Dedham. And because of that, we would expect that it would continue, but we don't know, obviously, what will happen in future years with the state, because we have been hearing that the state's budget is, their revenues aren't meeting their projections either, and they're making adjustments. And we've even already felt that here in Dedham with some of our grants that have been cut in half as a result of the governor's cuts.
If I may, one more. You mentioned about the doom and gloom aspect of sort of what's coming from a levy perspective. And I don't know whether I just sort of recall going over the numbers and imagined it in my head, or whether I actually saw a chart that projected where we were with levy capacity 10 years ago, and it going down, and our actual levy demands going up. And but my recollection is that it wasn't we bump up against it next year, it's we slam into it next year. And that it's a pretty dramatic, if you just look at those two lines,
Yeah.
converging at a increasing rate. And that I just think it's a good eye-opener for everybody in the town that cares about this stuff, that because it's a pretty dramatic reflection of how serious a problem we're going to have if we don't get out in front of this year.
Yeah, and I think you're right that this is not a new problem. This is something that's been projected for a number of years, going back, 16, 17 even. And so you said, yeah, you're right. There were projections that showed that those two lines cross in not a good way, and that necessarily means that there's either reductions or increases to balance that out. And that's something that we'll have to talk about as a community and prioritize. And we do have, again, some suggestions, but toward the end of the presentation. Next slide, 20, please.
Do you want to ask now?
I know that.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Liz, you all set?
Mike, I think my question was, are we going to walk through some of those proposals?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
But Mike,
Mike Emery?
So to build on Kevin's, thinking of next year and future years, this Chapter 78, it doesn't sound like we can consider the increases this year to be any statement of what we're going to get in future years. So should we be considering this increase one-time funds and not something that's going to be sustainable?
I'm not sure that is necessarily the case, but I'm going to defer to the school department folks, because I think they have a better understanding of how some of our, for example, enrollment increases. That hopefully will stay permanent for, because even, and let me talk about two different things. So we have the refugee population that has increased the student enrollment by 60 some odd. Even beyond that, we had an unexpected increase this year of over 6%, which we hope will be a trend for the future, because I think that's a good thing. We have a lot of newer families moving into town, people looking to Dedham and saying, hey, that's a good town with a great school system, we want to move there. And that's a good surprise to have in many ways, and we're hoping that trend will continue. But again, the school has much greater grasp of that demographic data than I have in front of me today, and I don't want to give you a bad answer. But I believe that if things like that continue, then that Chapter 78 should continue, but it's based on many, many factors that I'm sure that the school can speak to each of those. And, it's not like the state looked at Dedham and said, oh, we're going to give them a one-shot injection because of X or Y. It was really a multitude of factors that drove that.
All set? I just have one more follow-up, and this is about a process question concerning Chapter 70. Your budget recommendation factors in a percentage increase to Chapter 70?
Yes.
Does it include what might be there in terms of the governor's proposal? It does.
Yes.
So that factors in, if there's an additional funding, as we go through the process up on Beacon Hill, let's say it doesn't come out till September, October, whenever, when the final budgets are settled. If there's additional funds, that could then be allocated through a November town meeting. Is that correct? Does that process make sense, or?
Yes, you could do that in November, or if the funds exceed what we've budgeted, that would become free cash. But if there was a
Yeah.
need for those funds and Finance and Warrant Committee saw fit, you could recommend an increase to the budget in the fall.
I just want to
Yep.
have all the processes out there because, well, I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
So average single-family tax bill is something that is, we talk about a lot here in our efforts to control that and keep Dedham affordable to our residents. For the last, well before I was here, we have compared ourselves to the other communities within Norfolk County and shot to be right in the middle. And that meant being 13th or 14th in the list of 28 communities. We are still right in the middle, even after some of the last few years of increases that are higher than any of us really wanted. We're still right in that same position, and it doesn't make people feel a whole lot better. But that's because all the other towns have been going through the same sort of challenges as we have, and increasing in similar ways as us. So you see that we are maintaining our position in the middle, and that's our goal. And we work hard to do that. But I think it's just visually, it's important to be able to see that over the last several years, even with some of these increases, we are still in the same rough position that we have been. To sort of overcome the doom and gloom and end on a positive note, so we're recommending a few things to look at. These are not the be-all, end-all, and it'll really take, I think, a lot of community discussion and collaboration to suss out exactly which of these we want to proceed with. But to overcome that challenge of having less levy capacity than we've had for the last many years, some strategies that we could pursue would be, and we talked about this last year, looking to fund the town's solid waste costs with a pay-as-you-throw type of program. Pay-as-you-throw would mean that instead of putting the $3+ million that we spend on trash removal currently on the tax levy from the general fund, we would create a fee-for-service system, and we would charge residents based on how much they use generally. So that's either a charge per bag or a charge for a size of barrel or things of that nature, size of household that would, and based on that, we would derive revenue and service off from the tax levy. And there's an opportunity there to, if we were to go to a full pay-as-you-throw, which a number of communities do, that would create $3 million roughly of levy capacity, because we're going to have that going against our levy next year. We are working with Mass DEP, which is they have a solid waste program that falls under that umbrella, and we're going to apply for a technical assistance grant, and they will give us 80 hours of technical assistance to help us plan out and strategize a pay-as-you-throw model for the town. So I'm hoping that by getting that grant and spurring that conversation, we will be able to have I think an informed discussion with the community about, is that something we want to do? There are 150 plus communities in the Commonwealth, which is, there's 351 cities and towns, so 150 plus, almost half have pay-as-you-throw currently. Certainly many of our peers and neighbors have pay-as-you-throw. It's a way of both paying for a service that really is more of a user fee type service, if you think about it, but it also has environmental benefits. I think that shouldn't be lost. Communities typically experience a 40% reduction in their waste when they go to pay-as-you-throw, because people become more conscientious about what they're bringing into their homes and putting out of their homes and recycling more. And so that would also, if you extrapolate, if we reduced our waste by 40%, that means that the bill that these people get, our residents get, will be lower, because hopefully we will be lowering our overall bill as well. So there are some positive benefits there as well, to help that people will be more thoughtful about what they're doing with their trash. We're currently reviewing town departmental fees to make sure that our fees are up to date and covering the cost of providing services, so that our taxpayers aren't subsidizing services that are, again, more user type driven. So we're looking at various types of licenses and permits and things of that nature that town departments, and we haven't done a comprehensive review in a number of years, so we're engaging in that right now through the finance department with all the town departments, and we're hoping to make some adjustments. It's not going to be a be-all, end-all, but if we can bring up some of those revenues, that will, again, help offset what we need to put against the tax levy. One outcome of the benchmarking study was that our local receipts were lower than pretty much, I think, all of our comparative communities. So that tells us that there is an opportunity there to raise some of our fees for services to, again, better cover the cost of providing those services. An option, which is something similar to an override, and you all are familiar with this, because we've been talking about it now for a couple of years with the school project. There's an opportunity to seek a debt exclusion for some of the debt that we already have on the books. And that might not be the most popular option, but with some of the most recently completed buildings, this town hall, for example, the town hall senior center, the public safety building, and the ECEC, the debt service, essentially the loan payments on those 3 buildings is about $6 million a year. The Robin Reyes Fund, which helps defer those costs, is coming in at just under $2 million. So we're talking, it covers less than 1/3 of the cost of those buildings. And that means the rest of it is on the tax levy. If the town were to approve a debt exclusion for that, that means that we could take that funds, and we would still be having to pay those funds. So that's the downside to this. We would still have to pay those funds, but they wouldn't count against our tax levy. And that's an option for communities. It's similar to an override in that it would give us some capacity. The difference between that and a general override is that as those debt payments go down, the permission to exceed your levy shrinks. So it would keep us within a certain spending confine, perhaps a little bit more than a general override would. And then I think to Michael's point about controlling other costs and what are we looking to reduce costs, we are working on that, and there are some extraordinarily high increases that we're seeing in some lines. For example, school transportation, and they'll detail this, the increases that the vendors are seeking to transport students, especially out of district, are just incredible. We're seeing per trip costs of somewhere, I think it was in the superintendent's message, of $500 to $700 a day to transport students out of district. That's one student. So, and that's significantly more than it has ever been in the past, and it's because based on demand and lack of options in the market, so that's the market, and we're forced to do it. But is there a better way of doing it? Can we internalize some of those costs? Are there ways of being smarter about spending some of this money? So we are certainly looking at all those options. Sometimes it's a little difficult based on multi-year contracts and things like that, but we're exploring options like that to mitigate those costs. So those are just some ideas we had. Love to hear your ideas as well, and as we work through this process, I'm sure we'll come up with others.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Michael P.?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just want a point and a question on the debt exclusion. I think you said it. It really doesn't reduce the burden on taxpayers. You're just going, taking operating expense and basically for all practical purposes, making it a capital item. similar to a capital.
Similar, yeah, exactly, yeah.
But, and also, I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. We just went through a process in the policy of reducing the debt service as a percent of budget.
Yep.
So if you take that money out, it's no longer included in that
In that calculation, no.
in that calculation or that constraint. So it kind of goes around what we just approved in the policy. Is that my understanding correct?
Yeah, so, and just to expand on that, so we have financial policies. This budget is consistent with our financial policies. As it stands, the financial policies say that we should spend a minimum of 5% of our budget and a maximum of 10% of our budget on debt service every year for capital projects. And we've been hovering just on, well, based on various calculations, we've been within that 5 and 10%. The Financial Policies Committee recommended bringing that window down to 5 to 7.5%, reducing that ceiling a little bit, lowering our debt burden in the long run that way. But the 5 to 10% or the 5 to 7.5% doesn't include excluded debt. So if you were to exclude debt, it would pull it out of that calculation, and it would in a way allow there to be more debt on the books than the current policy would.
Okay, thank you.
So, Michael, just a quick follow-up on, we talked about financial policies. On our meeting on March 20th, Michael and Liz were the representatives to the Financial Policy Review Committee, and we'll be asking for a presentation that night, and then perhaps a vote to endorse the policies at that meeting, just so we'll have I think, a more in-depth discussion. So if at some point we can get those, the proposed updated, I think the select board has already voted, but I think we can get a copy of what the updated ones are, that would be good, so.
The school committee and the finance and work committee have yet to vote, but the select board did vote on the.
Yeah, okay. And that will be an agenda item for the 20th, just so everybody knows, okay. Michelle?
These ideas here, is there any possibility of any of these impacting FY25, or this is all kind of look ahead to future?
FY25 will be impacted by the changes to fees and services, to fees and department revenues. We would prefer not to adjust any of our revenue projections based on that for FY25, but what it'll do is if our local receipts come in higher than what we have, again, that will help our free cash position, and it'll put us in a better position for next year to be able to fund one-time expenses, perhaps some capital improvements, things like that.
So none of this is incorporated into this year's budget?
No.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
So, Michael?
Leon, thank you for this presentation. And actually, I don't really have a question. I have more of a suggestion if it's not been entertained already. I don't often speak for other people, but I think there's some preconceived notions out there that the town is just spending too much money. And I get that, and there's probably not a lot we can do about that. Based on these numbers, and there's a really good story behind these numbers, and I don't think a lot of people are going to see or read that story unless we give it to them. Mm-hmm. And I know Amanda Smith and her group do a great job communicating information such as this, make it available at least. We can't force people to read it or consume it, but I just, wanted to suggest that if there isn't a plan already, ready to communicate this based on whatever the doom and gloom may or may not be, just make sure that it's out there for people to know about, so that at least the town has done their part in communicating it, versus people being totally caught off guard. Because like I said, there is a story behind these numbers, and the numbers don't lie. That was really it.
I appreciate that, and Amanda does a great job communicating on our behalf, and we started the financial newsletter series back up last year. The idea was that we would have a new iteration this year that explains some of this stuff, so certainly we'll be putting that information out prior to town meeting, to explain to folks sort of some of the driving factors behind it. Hopefully be able to explain to them that we aren't just, spending willy-nilly, that it really is a program, and that the tax dollars they pay for the services that they get. And Dedham is fortunate. We do have a high level of service in this town. We do a great job. I think we spend our money very wisely here. And we deliver a high level of service too. So if folks, again, that's a value decision that needs to get made by the community. If folks think that we spend too much and we can reduce the level of service, we can try that, but that just needs to be, I think, a real dialogue that's happening, because as we saw last year with leaf collection, I think, we all tried our best to find an item that we thought would be not as impactful, and we heard from a lot of residents that it was very impactful. So it's really difficult when you're cutting services that folks have come to expect.
Thank you.
Liz?
Leanne, is there a plan in place, like an actual timeline to look at pay-as-you-throw? Because as you said, we did talk about it last year, and the future of trash is grim.
Yeah, so the plan as it is, we've already started the dialogue with Mass DEP. I've had the conversation with the select board. My goal would be to start this now, so we're putting in for that grant in the next couple of weeks. We're hoping to receive that, and that will kick off the process of bringing in additional resources and data, and we'll have these conversations. Whether that means that we create a committee, or whether it just means that we have a series of proposals in front of either the Finance and Warrant Committee and Select Board, or both, like we did with the stormwater utility fee. It needs to start now, because what DEP says is that you really want at least a year or more to talk about these kinds of things before the changes are implemented. So I think starting now is the recommended timeline, and that's why we're getting it underway now. We also have a much bigger increase coming in the future. We have our disposal contract. It was a 10-year contract that will be up in 2027. And it was a very favorable contract to the town. We're paying in the mid-80s right now for disposal costs. The current market rate is over $120 a ton. So you would see a significant jump, even above the 10% that we've experienced the last couple of years. When that contract expires, we have to go back out to bid for that. So there really is, I think, a real incentive for us doing something now for the next fiscal budget to get that, get a new program in place so that we can control our costs and hopefully mitigate that bump for our residents.
And if I just,
go ahead.
same thought process on exploring pilots. I tuned into your presentation to the select board, and in the spirit of looking at everything possible, is there a timeline for that as well?
Yeah, so we've already started the pilot exploration. I know that that Kevin Doyle has done a lot of research on that. We will be exploring a little bit more some of these models that we talked about for other communities. I know that Cindy shared a great example with us. So again, I guess our hope, working with the select board, would be to get something underway in the next several months on that as well. Yeah, because every little bit will help, and there's probably no one solution that will solve everything. So if we could move forward with a pilot program and get a little bit more participation from some of the large nonprofits that are not paying anything currently, that would be great. Pay-as-you-throw would be great. Increasing revenues would be great. And then you package it all together, and hopefully that means that it gives us another 4 or 5 years, and we can be really strategic about how we're growing the budget over that time, and then versus just going off a cliff.
Cindy, did you have a question?
Oh, I did, yes.
Mike, you're next.
In terms of delinquent property taxes, is that tracked and monitored?
It is.
And for taxpayers and well, residents and businesses?
Yep.
And are there active collection actions?
Yes.
to
Yeah,
collect that?
and over the last couple of years, our percentage paid is actually been quite good. Our new treasurer collector has been actively going after the unpaid ones from the years past, and we've brought in some revenue as a result of that as well. So I think we're in a good position there. Yeah, we're not seeing any sort of spikes or anything like that in unpaid taxes, I guess if that's your question.
Do you have a sense of what that amount is?
I think it's about 98% paid, but I can,
It's over 99%. tax.
over 99%,
It's
okay.
about 99.2.
Okay, great, thank you.
All set. Mike Emery?
Yeah, so I was struck with the pay-as-you-throw. I thought I heard you say that typically towns see a 40% reduction in the amount of waste. That struck me. And the other thing I thought I heard you say was this would also include the nonprofits in town, so you'd be spreading it out, the cost a little bit more, right? Because they currently don't pay taxes, but they would pay for pay-as-you-throw.
No, so it's residential only, so.
Okay.
Yeah, but it would, that we don't collect from the nonprofits as far as I'm aware currently.
Okay.
But the pilots would impact the nonprofits.
So could you just say, you mentioned a little bit about the types of different ways you could calculate those costs. You said housing, size, et cetera. Can you just say a little more about
Sure.
the way that
So
might work?
some communities charge for the size of barrel you have. So if their standard barrel is 35 gallons and you have one 35-gallon barrel, they'll charge you $200 a year. Other communities charge you based on how many bags of trash you throw away. So, for example, you'll buy a $2 bag, and however many $2 bags you throw out per week, you pay that fee per year. There's some hybrid approaches as well. And so I guess that would be how you spread the cost around based on how much of that service people are using. So, if you're talking about a household that consists of, perhaps one retired person and they're throwing out, one bag a week, that would probably reduce the amount they're paying, because if they're paying over $250 a year out of their tax bill if they have an average home. If it's a large family with, say, 6 or 8 people, and they're buying a lot of stuff on Amazon, and so on and so forth, and they're throwing out 8 bags a week, they're going to pay more. And so that's a different way of spreading around the cost.
Just a quick follow-up. So,
Sure.
you mentioned getting a grant. So what resources are required now to move that forward? What would that grant money be used for?
That would be assigning a liaison who's an expert in these types of transitions for communities to help us map out exactly what we would need to do to get that in place. It's a technical assistance grant, so it's not a funding grant. I will say that our team has already done a lot of this work, primarily thanks to what Brady has done, and we shared it with you last year, some of this analysis. So I think we were in a better position than a lot of communities that are exploring this, just because we have done a lot of the groundwork ourselves. And Joe Flanagan and his team, and Andrea Brown down there at DPW, we do track and have a great data set for all of our solid waste. So I think we're in a good spot, but it's really about mapping out what exactly our choices are, leading some of those community engagement sessions to explain to people the benefits of this, perhaps bringing in some examples from other communities that are similar to Dedham, because I know it's going to be a big change, but if we can say, okay, this town that's very similar to Dedham did it, and this is how they did it, and this is what their residents experienced, that can give people some comfort in making that change.
All set? Just actually one more thing. When we see on the slide the average single-family tax bill FY '24 and the communities in Norfolk County,
Yes.
as I recall, when we had the benchmarking presentation, the Division of Local Services presented in that report some different communities that they felt matched up with Dedham in terms of some population issues, some average tax bill, things like that. Don't want to put any more burden on anybody in any of your offices because they're working very hard. Could we get a breakdown on, similar to this, that we have here for Norfolk, but the ones that Division of Local Services pointed up were comparable communities for Dedham,
Sure.
and where we fit in on those, just as an information piece.
Yeah.
I think that might be helpful for us. And also for the community,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, because they had done, as you mentioned, a comparison that brought in more like demographic data, population
Yes.
data, income data, and things of that expanded our peer group beyond just Norfolk County or
Yeah.
the folks who are, the towns that are around us.
Right, because I think, so look at Norfolk County, or Brookline and Wellesley, et cetera.
Yeah.
But the communities that were in that benchmarking, to my observation, were a little bit more comparable in terms of many ways, so.
And there, in some communities in Norfolk County were
Yes,
on
they
that
were.
list as well. I think Canton is a very good comparison for
Yep.
us, as far as.
Foxborough was on it, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. And then there were some that are obviously not, I think,
Right.
like North Andover, for example, which is not something you think of off the top of your head as being comparable to
Right.
Dedham, but based on all those factors, is in fact comparable to Dedham.
Any more questions from the board? Any questions from the audience for the town manager, or anyone online? No? No? Thank you, Leon.
Thank you.
I think you've given us, I've sat here for a few years, and you start with the initial meeting, and it's, you look at the challenges you're going to face, and each year, seems to be more. And this one, without question, is one, because it has ramifications for not only the FY25 budget, for the FY26 budget. And as I focused on, and I will continue to focus on, what we have a balance in our unused levy. That's concerning. And the ramifications, as you mentioned, Leon, and I think we'll have some additional questions as we go forward, has to be not in the back of our minds, in the front of our minds. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Leon.
Thank you.
Now to our budget hearings. First one, town manager, legal, finance and warrant, civic pride, and civil defense.
All right. So depending on which page you want, I'm looking at the detailed budget here, so that'd be under tab.
Can I just make one thing clear to everybody watching, or folks in the audience? Our budget books this year are a bit different, or are different than what we've had in the past. So we have a tab here that says Budget Department collapsed in terms of very detailed, high level, thank you, presentation. But then also is a budget by department expanded, which breaks down in more detail. So you might see some of us going back and forth, in terms of the first section, and then to the second section, so. Pardon the interruption, Leon, what page you looking at?
So I was looking at page 1 of 37, and that's
Okay.
on the expanded budget. And so that's the town manager budget, includes town manager and the select board office. You'll see, again, as I discussed briefly before, the largest single increase there is in the salary reserve line. Everything else is a level service budget. The other increase that you do see under the clerical admin line, you see a 29% increase, and that is driven by, if you recall, a couple of years ago when we approved the procurement position, we had funded that via ARPA with a sliding ratio, and so that is the 25% increase this year off from ARPA and on to the operating budget, so it will be that's 75% now paid for by the town and 25% paid for by ARPA. And that's why you see that increase in that clerical admin line there.
May I ask,
Certainly.
is there any ARPA money still coming in? Or-
So we have, there's no additional ARPA money coming in as far as we are aware. The town funds allotment that went through the county government has been set for now for a number of years. There was one small increase last year. But we have programmed those funds, but we have not expended all of those funds. But we are on pace to expend them all by the spending deadline. And there is an opportunity, perhaps, we just reported out to the county together with the other 28 towns on our spending progress and our plan to expend funds. There was a March 1st deadline on that report. All of the counties in Norfolk County were supposed to get their reports in by March 1st. Based on that data, the county is going to make an assessment as of July 1st if there are any unexpended funds amongst, and perhaps might reallocate to towns. So there might be an availability of funds after July 1st, but we won't know until the county does that analysis.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And just to clarify, ARPA is the American Rescue Plan, and those were funds that came from the federal government to the county based on demographic data per town, and then were allocated to the towns through a grant-like process through the county. So we have to, even though those funds were allocated to the town, we have to apply to the county to get them. And there are specific approved purposes, and the county has hired an accounting firm that oversees all of those requests. So there's often a lot of back and forth between us justifying the costs and the proposals for uses of those ARPA funds within the confines of the law.
Michelle?
If I remember correctly, when we were first getting ARPA funds and thinking about how they were spent in addition to the requirements, I think we as a committee and the town were looking to make sure we were spending them on kind of costs related to COVID, things that weren't going to be ongoing, or if it was going to be something ongoing, that there was, a good reason for that, if it was going to in the long run save us money. So whether it's this line or like kind of throughout as we go through the budget, I think just helping us understand where there's been carryover now, something that's staying on the books that originally came on because of ARPA, and so that we're making a conscious decision to continue those things or not.
And the reason why the procurement and grants administrator position was added under ARPA was because the reporting requirements under ARPA are significant, and so by having the grants reporting responsibilities fall under that position, that was a heavy burden that was being placed on the town, so it was certainly justifiable and an allowable expense to have that charge to ARPA. But again, definitely a best practice to wean ourselves off from that ARPA money before it, because having that position has been a big help, but we also didn't want to have just a one-year spike to the town when the ARPA funds ran out. So that's why we had proposed that sliding scale.
So, okay. Anyone else? Can I jump ahead to legal?
Sure.
Notice that level service was,
Yeah, we're proposing a level service of that. And if you look at the, we've had, this is a line that probably could have used increasing, but again, in an effort to mitigate cost, we are holding it steady. But you see that there were some extraordinary events also in the past couple of years. We've had litigation involving this building primarily that was quite expensive. So you see numbers that are far exceeding that budget. We've been able to cover that via line item transfers. And certainly we're hoping to bring things back down to the norm in FY25. FY24, you'll probably see another line item transfer to cover the budget for the legal. Again, for example, the litigation involving this building, the trial ended in September, but we'll likely have appeals and things of that nature going forward. So it's likely that there will be some additional costs associated with that as well.
And I see we're maintaining in our reserve fund the $250,000 total, so,
That's correct.
okay.
Yeah, and that's been the same for a couple of years now. We do a very good job, I think,
Yes.
working with the Finance and Warrant Committee to keep those uses of that to a minimum. And
Okay.
and then just to jump ahead, might be easier on Civic Pride. As you all know, Civic Pride helps us with beautification around town, watering, and planting of flowers.
What page is that?
Civic Pride is on, 35. Thank you, Brady. Oh, 36. It's $20,000, and we're not proposing any increase to that.
Hold on,
Right, hold on. All right, I don't know what that's talking about, sorry.
all right, go ahead, Leon.
So again, that $20,000 goes to offset the flower bed maintenance primarily, which is watering, planting. I think there's some other type beautification type things. It's a great partnership we've had for many, many years with Civic Pride, and they don't often ask for increases. So we're proposing to have the $20,000 again this year.
Okay. Any questions about that? I think that covers it, doesn't it?
All right. Once we roll on to the other departments, I'll be close by.
I'm sure you will be.
Thank you.
Certainly. Oh, question?
Yeah, I did have a.
Sure. Oh, sorry.
Actually, two questions.
Certainly. Can you move so the folks can hear you, please? Your name and address, please.
Yep, Mary Gilbert, 206 Madison Street, Precinct 4, Town Meeting Member. Just circling back to ARPA, the deadline, you mentioned there was a deadline. Is it sometime like in the fall of this year, or, I thought I read something a couple of years ago that I don't think it's the end of the year. I'm just trying to confirm when the deadline is.
Sure, so there are a couple of deadlines.
Okay.
We have to have, by the end of this calendar, we have to have all the money encumbered, I believe. And then we have to have all the funds expended before 2026.
So, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your answer.
Oh, no, that's fine.
When you say calendar year, are you talking about the town's calendar year or December 31st?
Calendar 2024, we need to have everything encumbered, correct? Is that what John's nodding his head?
Yes, so December 31st.
Yes.
And what is the remaining balance that you're going to put your requests in? Like, that we've spent X amount of dollars so far, so that's a figure I'd like to know. And what's left that you're now going to not leave, so to speak, on the table? What's
Sure.
that number you're
Off the
going?
top of my head, I don't know exactly what that is, but I can get you that number.
If you would, that would be great. And then something, you were just talking about, there was a trial, something about legal expenses. I remember for a couple of years, there's been some sort of thing with the previous contractor at the town hall. Did we end up, what happened? Did we lose that case? Is there money that we have to sort of think about to be paid? And is that reflected in what you're showing now?
So the litigation, or the trial ended on, and the town was found to owe monies to the contractor.
Okay.
That is not reflected in the budget for next year. As I discussed this, there were three parties that were co-defendants. It was the town, the OPM, and the architect. And then CTA was the contractor. They
Right.
filed suit against the town, and we filed a countersuit against them. And this all goes back to, this court case originated, I believe, in 2018.
Yeah.
And so we've now been in litigation for a number of years for this. The trial finally did occur in September. And CTA prevailed in that, and there were damages awarded against the town, against the architect, and against the OPM. There are a number of hearings that are scheduled in the coming months to determine how much those damages will be, because it's somewhat variable, and then there will be a likelihood of an appeal.
Right. Yeah. So you don't know the specific number, I understand that, but could it be a couple of million that the town will have to?
It could be in the millions.
Okay, millions, all right. And where would you think we have to figure that out going forward at some point, and where that money's going to come from?
That's correct, and there are different ways of paying legal judgments like that.
Okay.
You could spread it out over a number of years, which is the likely scenario, given the amount
Right.
we're talking about.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Anything else? All right. Thank you, Leon.
Thank
Don't
you.
go far. All right. Now we'll get into our hearings. First up is Council of Aging, Courtney. And I have the pages on the front, first section, page 6, and the second, page 29. And I stand corrected. And the second section, page
29.
29. What's the matter? Oh,
Michelle
Just
wanted
have a page number, that's okay.
page in the book. Thank you.
all set? Everybody where they're supposed to be?
I just had some packets to
Oh.
pass out.
Oh, thank you. Everybody all set? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Courtney Daly, the Director of the Council on Aging. I've had the pleasure to be in part of the Council on Aging for 5 years, witnessing our amazing journey from a single room at Traditions of Dedham to a thriving Ames Senior Center. It's clear to me that we have surpassed our initial space limitations. Many of you know we are a very busy senior center and that can have over 100 visitors a day. You can see in our newsletter, we have fitness classes at every level, educational lectures, transportations, social services, and we're even going to Italy in the fall. Meeting the needs of the Dedham residents of 55 and older. The statistics in front of you will show the percentage of the different ages that we serve and the increase of participants from 2022 to 2023. I'm excited to present my first budget as the Director of the Council on Aging, and as you can see, I kept the budget the same for most line items. I have asked for an increase in the program supplies of $2,000. In the past year, we have added new weekly programming as we are always trying new ideas. This line item also covers updating and additional supplies for our original programs. As some need replacements or as our membership has grown, we need to add more supplies. Some highlights that are happening at the Council on Aging are, as I said, new programming, new vendors always coming in. We continue to collaborate with our other town departments and outside organizations. We are very grateful for our local sponsorships, and since July, we have received over $30,000 in grants. Some struggles that we see at the Council on Aging are, though we are a strong staff of 8 people, we will have to grow in the future to keep up with our busy day-to-day center. And also, our transportation is growing, so we are excited to see where that will bring us. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions about the Council on Aging.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Michelle?
You mentioned grants.
Yeah.
What types of things do the grants fund, and are those items that are offsetting some of the expenses in the budget, or are there other things that are outside of the budget?
Some things that the money that we've gotten so far, I've received $17,000 from the Mass Council on Aging for supplies for our kitchen. We also received a $10,000 grant from the National Council on Aging to support our flu and vaccine with our flu clinic with the Department of Health. And another one was $2,500 towards arts and crafts for the seniors so that they don't have to pay any fees to the class. Thanks.
Anyone else? I just have a quick question. In the past, I know when we were doing the capital, there was a request always for a van. Could you talk a bit about how that issue has been addressed, or?
Yeah, of course. So as of right now, we have 3 vehicles, 2 minivans and a bus. Our bus is not in great shape. We are constantly looking for ways to funding a new bus. So it has been in a capital request in the past. There is a grant in the process right now. We should be getting the answer for if we receive a new bus, and that should be this spring that we get an answer.
And who's the authority that would award the grant? What department or?
That is through, Nancy, what was it? Mass?
I think it's Mass DOT.
Mass DOT? Okay. Okay. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Michelle?
And can you just speak to the clerical and admin line, that it says it's level service, but it's a big jump?
So as I became the director, I went to the first step, and then our assistant director was coming from a different department, and we had her increase with the salary.
So she's in that line, the
Yes.
assistant director.
Anything else?
Just say Sarah, and maybe she's going to say the same thing, met with Courtney as part of the liaison, and just really impressed by the amount of work that happens in that department and how many residents you reach and what you're doing, so, thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to add that, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. That one of the statistics that came out when we were at the meeting was that 20% of the population is eligible for service from the senior center.
That's just for 60 and older.
Oh,
So,
okay, so
yeah.
it's even more.
So because our center
That's
accepts 55 and older, so there is
Right.
that percentage of
Nice.
55 to 60 that we still serve.
Yeah. And then I did have a question that
Sure.
probably is more for Leon. Is he, did he leave? He stepped out, okay. That I'll ask when he gets back.
Okay.
It's about fuel,
Oh.
which was something that Liz and I talked about.
Okay.
Could be a John question, too.
Oh, maybe, okay.
He's hiding behind the podium over
What do you
there.
think, John? We were wondering about across departments, how fuel needs were determined and budgeted, if it was consistent or if it was just sort of left up to the department. Is that,
Yeah, I saw, as the departments I met with, different calculations, some went up, some went down, and I was wondering if we're looking at this. And I know fleets have different needs, a plow has a different need than an electric car, blah, 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 but are you looking at it and calculating it across the board?
It's calculated by the department, as you were just mentioning, because every department has its own specific needs and uses. And as you can tell, the fleets have been slightly changing from, case in point, let's think about the police department as far as they've been moving to more to hybrid vehicles. And now they've been budgeting in uses and what the needs and the demands are per department. So we leave it to the department as a decentralized budgeting need.
so one follow-up on that
Go
for
ahead.
Council on Aging. If you guys are able to get a new bus in the spring, do you expect this fuel budget to cover that? I think,
We do, because we stay so local, and we would be expanding our trips to, a museum in Boston, the JFK, Castle Island. It won't be on a regular weekly basis. So most of our trips are local to medical and grocery shopping during the week.
thank you.
What's that?
Yeah.
Mike Emery?
I said, I heard quick reference to the percentage of population served. Could you just explain that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. So in the town of Dedham, there's 60 and older, there's 20% in the town.
That's of our population?
Of the
60.
population
Okay.
of 60, yes. And we get a grant from Elder Services based off that number, though we serve 55 to 60 as well.
Okay. Thank you.
What's that? That's it.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney.
Just so it was brought up, no, you can leave. We mentioned liaisons, what the Finance and Warrant Committee process prior to the budget hearings is members are assigned liaison positions with the department heads, and they meet with them to review their budget, to listen to any proposals they might have, answer any questions. And this has been going on for several years, and I think it establishes a good one-on-one with the department heads, with the members of this board. So just to clarify, because that phrase just, as Liz just mentioned, liaison thing, so. And as a department head comes up and presents, if there's anybody, the liaisons, anything to add, please jump in. All right. Next, that's okay. Finance Department. We have page 1 in the first part, page 3. And if I'm wrong, Brady, correct me. She knows this.
3 and page 1.
Okay. All set, everyone? Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Apologize for my voice today. As you can tell, I have a 2-year-old that brings everything home from daycare, and this is just one of her lovely gifts to me. So with that, I'm going to jump right into the budget. There's not much changing here in my budget. You will see in a lot of various budgets across the board that the revised budget becomes more important. My budget is one of those that the revised budget is something that actually has a story behind it. In the fall town meeting, if you recall, there were line item transfers that took place at the fall town meeting, pulling from personnel services to professional services. That would occurred because of a change in an FTE position to a part-time position effectively. So took some of the cost savings there and applied it to the professional services line, so that way we could go out and do some internal auditing around, so it will strengthen our controls up around town. I like to be able to go in and do spot checks, and so that's what you'll see as we get into this budget a little bit more. But just to recall, for the fall town meeting, that's where you'll see. So it does look like there's a larger growth for the $15,000, but it's really only, I believe it's like $600 total to the revised budget. My personnel line items are not really changing at all. We have one current position open right now for payroll administrator. We are about to do some interviews, so that number will be more known, but as of right now, it is budgeted for that top step. That's just because you don't know what type of applicant you're going to get. You may get somebody with the 10 years of experience to do this, and so you should have the budget ready to go. If we hire somebody, it will be a slight adjustment there, potentially. So that's the personnel lines, and those are my other lines in the banking and auditing. So again, if you were to go down to the banking and investments, that's just contract costs going on for overseeing our debt service module, as well as, that's debt service, as well as arbitrage. Professional services that was the other line that I was referring to. I go out third party, come in to do internal. But that's really it. Oh, training and services. Again, that was a change. We really want a really strong, knowledgeable, professional staff down there. The implications of error in our department and not keeping up with the date with legislation changes, it could have a vast impact. So a focus on professional development, you'll see there, again, hence why I was able to invest in that from the change in personnel from before. But that is my budget in a nutshell. With that.
Thank you, John. Questions? Michael Lee?
John, thank you for this info. Just a quick question about the training services. I think I've seen this line increasing throughout the budget for other departments as well. So I was just curious to know, what you said makes sense, but could you give us a little bit more detail as to what this training is going to entail?
Perfect, absolutely. So for example, in this budget includes 3 people going to a conference for Munis, which is our financial backbone of the town. So that includes everything from our payroll to accounts payable to our accounting, everything. It is the backbone, and that is the ERP system. So having people understand our ERP, understand how to use it is vitally important for being efficient and effective in what we do. So there's a piece in there for people going to those types of training, as well as going to local conferences like the MMAAA. Mass Municipal Audit and Accounting Association, sending 3 people as well to those conferences on a yearly basis to keep up to date with Massachusetts changes in legislation and accounting principles as well. So that's what you're looking at there. Those are the costs that are associated with those trade services.
Thank you.
Can I follow up on that?
Go ahead, Liz.
Because it's a follow-up to what Michael said.
Yep.
There are 2 line items, one's for training and one's for conferences. So how does training break out versus attending the conferences?
I apologize. That was that travel line. I apologize for that. That was that travel line. This training conferences here, this training services actually does incorporate, thank you very much for that. I get to chalk it up to one fuzzy brain, so I'm going to use it here.
Hence the training.
Exactly. That actually has Munis coming in on-site for one day for in-town training services for the town itself as a whole. I believe last time I checked, this was doing this budget cycle, so at the end of the budget cycle, it was like over about $4,500 for one day for them to come in and do training locally. Now, this budget has been in here. I keep it in here just in case, because people coming in and doing training for the entirety, not just for my staff, but for training as a whole. So let's say, for example, we're going to do a change in our payroll practices. It would be vitally important to somebody to come in, train the staff, department heads on how they need to be submitting information, so forth and so on. So having that line, that's where that number is coming from.
Thanks.
And again, you see that revised budget change from the costing. So that's where.
Anyone else? Thank you, John.
I needed that was easy button, that's Staples.
Technology's next is,
Dave Fossum is running late. If you can skip over, he'll be here shortly.
certainly, thank you. Library. Next is the library. You read my mind.
I know.
Library is
32.
page 6
32.
and 32, 33.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm just going to do a quick overview.
Hold on one second, everybody else
sorry.
set? You had a handout here too, everybody?
Yeah, I emailed it to the board.
Everybody get their handout that was present?
It's just the slides that you're also.
Are you going to work off the handout or just? no?
Yeah, I'm going to work off them.
Okay, thank you. Everyone all set?
Yep.
Okay. Amber, go ahead.
Okey-dokey. Thank you. Good morning. So I'm going to review some of the achievements that the library has seen during FY24 so far, highlight some of the goals that we have for FY25, and then I'll get a little bit more into the details of the budget. So, Doreen, if you want to go to the next slide. So in FY24, the library developed a marketing plan. We were in the process of doing this when we hired a consultant to do a community needs assessment, which I'll get into in a second. The results from the survey, some of it included ways that we communicate with the patrons, so we were able to incorporate that into the marketing plan. So now we've increased our newsletter from a monthly newsletter, it's a digital newsletter, to a bi-weekly newsletter, which we've seen an increase in subscribers already. And then we use this as a way to promote our library resources and programs. Staff have attended a lot more trainings and conferences this year. I have 4 staff members attending a 12-week ALA, American Library Association, and a San Jose State University e-course on how to better serve adult populations. Other staff went to a 5-week technology course that focused specifically on library technologies. Mother Goose on the Loose is a story time program, so we had some of our youth service staff members attend that training. Coming up, we have some staff members attending PLA, which is a Public Library Association conference, and MLA, which is a Massachusetts Library Association conference.
As I mentioned, we've hired a consultant. The library's in the process of applying for the MPLCP grant. Part of that process was to do a community assessment, a community needs assessment. We did a survey during October and November, and we received 550 responses. We also held a series of focus groups and community meetings, and so we received a lot of feedback from those as well. Some of the feedback we were able to implement right away. Like I said, we increased the number of our newsletter. And then we've also increased the amount of digital material that we are circulating. We're purchasing it more often and also increasing the number of copies that we're purchasing. So hoping to get the books to people quicker. We're also in the process of adding a speed read collection, which means that the high demand and bestsellers will be available, more readily available. So that's some of the achievements. So Dorian, if you want to go to the next one. And then some of the usage and utilization stats so far. So the library's offered, so far this year, so 8 months into the fiscal year, the library's offered 470 programs, and we've had an attendance of over 11,000. This doesn't include the views that we have on a new library database, which is a virtual author talk. And so far in the first 2 months that we've had it, we just got it in January, we've had over 1,200 views. Comparing these 8 months to those of FY23, there's been a slight decrease in the number of physical items that we circulate, but we've seen a significant increase in the amount of digital content. So total, there's been an increase of 5% in circulation, so that's both digital and physical. We've also seen more people coming to the library, and we've had an increase of 5% of people coming in. So we wanted to quantify what that means. So we took each physical item, each digital item, and the number of program attendees, I should say, and we applied a dollar amount. So every physical item, I applied a $15 amount. So if you were to buy a book at a store, it would cost you $15. If you would buy a digital ebook or digital audiobook, it might cost you $10. To attend a program, I used $5. I think I was being a little generous. So overall, when we take the stats from this fiscal year and apply those numbers, it comes out to be over $2 million that we've saved the community by offering library services. You can obviously take our budget and subtract that, there's still a significant savings. When we looked at these same numbers for calendar year 23, we saved the community over $3.1 million. Moving on to FY25 goals. So the number of cardholders that we've had we've seen some increases, but not significant. But one of the things we really want to focus on is the number of active cardholders, and what that means is that the number of cardholders that are actually using their cards. So there's a way for us to see who has used their card within the last year. And if you have used your card within the last year, that means you are an active library card user. So we want to get that up to 25% of residents. Right now, it's hovering around 20%. So ways to do that is we've been working with the schools. And again, it's good to get library cards into people's hands, but we really want to do that as well. What active library card users doesn't count is people that are coming into the library and not necessarily checking out material. So if you're coming to a program, that doesn't change your active use state on your library card. So that number is a little subjective, I guess you can say, but that's our goal for this year. We want to improve the patron experience. So we want to improve the seating options, install wayfinding signs, which we're actually sort of doing that right now, but we want to improve that. We also want to increase the number of library newsletter subscribers. Right now, we have about 580. We want to increase that to about 700. And the last item is the grant. So we'll find out in October whether or not we are awarded the grant. And we've already begun to translate the priorities voiced by town residents in the survey to actionable steps. This work will continue whether or not we're awarded the grant. So next, we're going to go over the actual budget. So in summary, our personnel services, the only increases are contractual. We're not increasing any FTE. Purchase service, there's an overall decrease of about 10.5%. And then supplies and materials, there's some changes in the individual line items, but overall, neither the supply and material line or the other expense line has a change. So I'll go into details in the next slide. So again, personal services, you can see that salaries did increase a little bit. That is contractual. We had some personnel changes, which saw a decrease in the longevity and a slight increase in deferred compensation. Overall, the personal services line saw an increase of 1.7%. Purchase services is a little bit more to it. So that first line that you see in the presentation is the cost of our self-checkout machine. It's a service contract, so that increased a little bit. Our technology support line had a reduction, so the library is moving from a contracted IT network service to in-house IT. So we're able to drop our hub tech line, and actually in the line below, we're also dropping our Verizon line as well because we're moving onto the town network. So that's a significant cost savings. Communico, which is the software that we use for our website and our events calendar and registration. We added some features to that, so there was an increase in that. Printing and mailing, the cost of toner is going up, so we increased that to meet the demands that we have. So all of the increases that you see here are level service. Again, not level funded, but level service. So total purchase service line saw a decrease in 10.5%. Changes in supply and material. Like I said, this is ultimately comes out as a 0% increase, but we did ask for an increase in our programming budget. The cost of performers and presenters has seen an increase over the last year or so. So this is just to meet that demand. We won't necessarily increase the number of programs, but this is just to meet the current demand. I did ask for a budget for furnishings and fixtures of $7,000. That was removed in the town manager's budget. So that is not included in the 0% increase. Library material, that line is a requirement of the state that that line be 13% of our overall budget. So that comes out to be a slight decrease in 1.2%. So again, the supply and material line is a total 0% increase. So just to recap, personal services, a 1.7%, purchase service minus 10%, for an overall budget increase of 0.6%. And before I open it up to questions, I'll go to the next slide. I just want to promote that we're doing a Minute Madness reading challenge against other against other Massachusetts libraries. And we have actually made it to the Sweet 16. So if you haven't yet registered, we're going head to head against Uxbridge. So hopefully everybody signs up and reads and logs your minutes by Thursday. We'll make it to the Elite Eight. So now I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Is this a basketball tournament or
It's not a basketball, it's a reading challenge.
Oh,
But we're playing it.
I thought I missed the beginning of the draw.
No, not yet. I think that's in 2 weeks.
There's not anything in the paper that you're going to be able to, okay.
No.
Just-
That'd be amazing, though.
Why not?
This is just a play on the March Madness. But.
Great. Thanks, Amber. Questions for library? Kevin?
Thank you, Amber. This question I'm going to ask comes up with departments like the library, Council on Aging, Youth Commission, and it's the sort of the quest for the count, the unduplicated case count, so that you can really look at how many different, how many distinct people are coming and availing themselves of the services of the agency. And you folks seem like you've sort of touched on it, probably more so than most of the other agencies. And this is a longer term thing, because I appreciate collecting the data isn't always, but it's always really valuable to committees like this to be able to see not only, like if you see 2,000 people avail themselves of library services. You don't know whether it's 100 people going 20 times each, or, you can't identify the frequent flyers. And I don't mean them by name.
Right.
But just sort of what's the level of contact.
Yeah, and that's what's really hard. With library cards, it's a little bit easier to track because as much as we're not looking at an individual person's name, every person or every household, has a card. So it's easier to look at how much people are using their cards. It's more difficult to track who's attending our programs and who's coming into the library. We do have a door counter on all of our library entrances, and so there is a way for us to see the hourly usage. And so when we have our youth programs, we see a significant increase in the hourly usage. So we know that during those times, the assumption is that it's youth and their caregivers that are coming in. Not to say no one else is coming in during that time, but tracking who's using the library is a lot more difficult than tracking who's using their library cards. Programs is a little bit easier to see, the age breakdown, but again, we don't track the individuals that are actually attending our program, so it does make it a little difficult, but yeah.
Thank you.
All set? Anyone else have any questions?
Just not a question. I was fortunate, Michelle and I, to be your liaisons this year. Could you talk a little bit about your intentions and ideas about a future library building? I think we're talking a lot about long-term implications of things here.
Yeah, so like I said, the library is in the process of applying for the MPLCP grant. And for the last few months, we've been working on putting together or developing a community needs assessment, which will be used to write a building program statement that will be submitted with the grant. We'll find out in October whether or not we are awarded the grant. There actually is going to be an article in front of town meeting that will that states that they'll allow us to apply for the grant, accept the money, and expend the money from the grant if awarded. The article also includes language allowing the library to spend trust fund money to supplement the other portion of the planning and design phase, which is the next phase. The requirement for us to have this article is generally not a requirement. It's actually a requirement of the grant. So normally we can expend our trust funds however the board sees fit. Normally we can apply for and accept grant money without town meeting's approval. The warrant article is a requirement of the grant. So if we're, like I said, we find out in October if we're awarded the grant. If we are awarded the grant, the next year or so is the planning and design phase, which will include deciding whether or not we're renovating the building, building new, if we are building new, where, one building, two building, all of those things. From that point, MBLC, the Mass Board of Library Commissioners, will review the plans and determine the award amount. That's in January of '26. And then at the spring of '26 town meeting is when, again, this is all if we're awarded the grant, is when we would present the project to town meeting. Now going back to if we're awarded the grant, or if we're not awarded the grant, the library does acknowledge that there are deficiencies in our building, and we want to increase the number of people that are using the building and using the library, and it is difficult to do that with the buildings that we have. The accessibility of the main library, even coming in the ramp, once you get into the ramp, you're met with a threshold that's 1 inch. So you still have to overcome these obstacles. The planning and design phase will help us whether or not this project goes forward with the town. It'll still help us to see what the community wants and what the library needs to do in the future. There's a lot of unknowns at this point. And we understand that the town is in the situation that they're in, and the residents are concerned about their tax dollars. I live in town, I understand that as well. And so it's something that we're trying to balance with being able to serve the community with the library programs and the services, but also acknowledge the fact that there's this monetary, ask that may.
Follow, just an observation as liaison, to pick up on Kevin's point. One thing I was struck is how much data you do gather on your customers and how much that influences what you do. And while we don't know the number of unique users that you have in the population, it seems like a lot. And it struck me that it's more than comparable towns. Is that fair? Is it?
I actually would say we're probably a little bit under. So we have about a little over 10,000 registered library users, like library people that have library cards that live in Dedham. So it's under 50% of residents have library cards. That being said, I have pulled stats to see how many households have it because, as we've discussed, not everybody uses their own individual card. They might be family cards. So I can look it up, but I think when I changed it from individuals to households, and that was just eliminating duplicate addresses and phone numbers in an Excel document, so it's not a hard number, that increased to about 65%. So if you look at individual addresses, it's about 65% of addresses, resident addresses in Dedham have library cards.
How does that compare, do you think, to other?
To be honest, I don't know right off. It's something that I might be able to look into or at least ask other libraries. You know, especially everybody in the Minuteman network, we all have access to the same data. What people do with it is, you know, a different situation, but I can definitely look to see sort of where we are.
It just seems like a good number for a little over 1% of our total budget here.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Michael P.?
Just follow up, I'm just curious, with those usage levels, is that physically using the library, or does it also include digital use?
Yeah, so every month I pull stats that include physical circulation. So physical circulation includes your actual book, your actual DVD, things you can touch, audiobooks. The digital circulation are downloadable audiobooks, ebooks, digital videos. So our physical circulation has been pretty stable. Some months we see a slight increase, some months we see a slight decrease. Our digital circulation is what has continued to increase. So the usage is both. It's both people using it remotely, if you will, or people that are also just coming in and using the building. So
do you have any sense for how many residents are actually coming to the library versus ones that are just strictly digital? I'm just curious.
Not exactly, because the way that our system works is that Circ active date is the field in your library card. It doesn't tell us what you're using your card for.
Okay.
It just says that you're using it, and your card is used for the digital and physical, so there's not really a way for us to look at which one they're using.
What's that?
Can you just back up 1 second for the grant application? If I heard you correctly, it's funds for the study and design of possible capital changes, but that, if I understand it correctly, if the recommendation is to go forward with that, it would go through the normal warrant article process, CEC here, town meeting, is that right?
Yeah, so it's a two-phase grant. So if we're awarded the grant in October, the first phase of it, we would receive $100,000 from the state to help with the planning and design phase. That would be supplemented by the $150,000 from the trust funds. The second phase, which would be in front of town meeting in spring of '26, that would be the big project.
Yep, okay, thank you.
That's it. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Very
you, guys.
informative.
Thanks, Amber.
Don't forget to register for March Madness.
Youth Commission is next. Before we go, Sarah, you had a question for Leon?
Oh, John answered it.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right, too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Missed that.
Good morning.
Becky,
Hi.
how are you?
Good, how are you?
Welcome to our group.
Hi. Little hat. My slide deck's in here, so just in case you want.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What page?
Oh,
30.
30.
she's gonna go.
Oh, thank you.
So I figured I would start by introducing myself. I've been with the Youth Commission now for about 3 months. My name is Becky Lavely. I'm coming from the Greater Boston YMCA, where I worked for what would have been 25 years last month. I'm a Dedham resident. My children go to Dedham Public Schools, as well as my husband and I did as well. So I'm a Riverdale girl. Formerly an Oakdale girl, but I had to make the switch. So that's just a little bit about me. And what I wanted to do is just take you through our very small but mighty staff. Many of you might know Greg Cabral, who's the program coordinator. He's responsible for facilitating group activities, outings, and he does a lot of partnerships with the Dedham Public Schools. And then the most exciting thing that's happened for us in the past few months, if you want to go through the next slide, we hired a new social worker. So this is Amber. She's an LCSW, and she has joined us in the month of January. So she's just rounding out her first month, and she has hit the ground running. So she is working towards her LICSW, and that will come up in a little bit. We're going to talk about that. So she sees clinical clients. She facilitates youth groups. She advises students that are interns once we get them, and then she's also partnering with principals and the clinicians in all the schools to ensure that the kids that need clinical services through our department have access to that. So she's working on referrals and clinical cases. So that's who we are. Our Youth Commission department has been in a bit of a transition. Over the past 5 years, majority of departments have been in transition. When you talk about 2020, 2021, and so on, we have the added issue where we had Rob, right? So Rob wasn't well, and then we did lose Rob in June of last year. So our department and what we're going to talk about in our budget, the actuals are kind of an interesting case because they're not really true actuals. The department was not running at its full capacity with Rob in the situation that he was at, and you know that the Youth Commission was such a strong unit, and when COVID hit, everybody I think took a little a hit with that. So hopefully we'll be able to go through what we're working through to change that. So what does the Youth Commission do? This is the Youth Commission statement. The mission statement, the Youth Commission is dedicated to providing educational, social, emotional, recreational, and health program services to young people of Dedham. And they've proudly served Dedham for over 50 years, actually. Their 52nd anniversary is this year. So some programming that we have in motion right now is community service programming. We're working on homework help at the library. We're partnering with Amber. We are providing clinical services. Greg does X block at the high school where kids that would otherwise not necessarily be engaged in educational activities, they get to play basketball with him, get some energy out. On Thursdays, we have a gaming guild where a bunch of kids are able to play video games with a teacher and Greg. We're starting Gaming Guardians on Tuesday at the middle school where we're having a trading club game, card club, as well as board game club. And there's, Avery has reached out about having a social skills group led during the day for a number of students who need help with social skills building. We're working towards building a non-traditional, I say camp for middle school students, as we used to run different programs over the summer that were pretty standard for us, the college bound and things like that. So we're working back towards getting that ability back up. We're looking towards parent workshops, bullying prevention, girls and boys groups, vape returns, and partnering with all Dedham Public Schools. So these are the things we're working on. I wanted to just highlight the 2023 holiday program. The Dedham Youth Commission supports Dedham Housing Authority, Dedham Public Schools, and anybody that reaches out to the Youth Commission to support holiday gifts. So this year, the Youth Commission distributed over $40,000 in gift cards, all done through donations. They were distributed to the Housing Authority, public schools, and those folks were identified by teachers or clinicians. And then folks, like I said, reached out to the Dedham Youth Commission. This next slide talks about, or shows where those gift cards are going. So if you look, obviously, the largest number was straight given to the Dedham Youth Commission. That's anybody that had a student up to I think we did 19. We might actually have done 21. So anybody that had students or youth in their household under 21 got a gift card. The Dedham Youth Commission gave out 21, and then all of the schools together gave out about 170. And you can see how they're all dispersed in that grid there. The next page just talks about where that came from. The Dedham Youth Commission received about $64,000 in donations and holiday program support. So some of that went to the gift fund and some of that went straight to making sure these gift cards were handed out. So the money that didn't go to gift cards are things that go to help fund programs like they did in the past, such as College Bound and other staple programs that the Youth Commission does. With our budget this year, we're seeing with this budget process, we're requesting an overall increase of 2.4%. The major contributors to this increase is we're looking to increase program services, supplies, and clinical supervisor dues. And that's really the main one, and we can talk about that. We're looking to make one significant addition to this year's program that would account for the majority of new initiative requests. We're looking to host a summer program for Dedham middle school age students to attend trips, community service, and visit colleges. We're looking to offer this at no cost to offset some costs. We're thinking about a travel fee. But if we're able to supplement with an increase to that line, we wouldn't need to charge at all. So this is just a snapshot of the collapsed budget that you have. And we're going to go through each of the lines that are changed. So for car allowance, we are going down 33%. There was money in there, I think all three staff are electing to take part of the car allowance. I have removed myself from the car allowance and made it just for the contractual employees. So that's going to save about $2,200 as 33% there. As well as in the line for non-clerical support, that's the 2 staff in the department. With the outgoing staff and hiring a new staff, we were able to save about $15,000, almost $16,000. So even if we do get the increase that we're looking for the staff that would need to take place to support the camp over the summer, this $8,400, we're still looking at a minus 2.5% in personnel costs. So as much as we're looking to increase for temporaries and substitutes for our summer program, that would all be covered by the fact that we're still going down in other lines. So our bottom line for that would be minus 2.5%. And I did break down the temps and the subs on the next page, so you can see we've got teen interns and camp staff over the past few years. As previously mentioned, our summers haven't been what a normal level service would have looked like for the Youth Commission with the director being sick and with COVID happening. So this is not the truest to go off of, but in historical information, we were able to offer, for 2022 and 2023, we were able to offer one teen intern at a lower rate and 16 teen interns at a higher rate for summer internships. That number was obviously decreased in 2023 when they were without a director and a lot of programming wasn't happening at the same level. So we're looking for 2024 to increase that. We're looking to not only offer the same programming we've offered before with an increased rate of pay, which to keep up with all standard costs increasing, but also wanting to ensure that we have funds to have staff to accompany the middle school kids on our trips this summer. So this increase would allow us to return to an appropriate level service that was unattainable the past few years. For our program service line, the last 2 years of this line was empty due to low program offerings. Prior years, this was budgeted at $5,000 with actuals in the 3 to 5 range. The hope is to increase this line from 5 to 6,500. So it's an increase of 1,500 to offer the level service program, again, accounting for increased costs across the board. There's a hope to increase the initiatives line by 3,500 to help support the summer program we're looking to offer. The lack of the tween age programming in Dedham would really help if we could do something, and that would, by not having a cost of the program, ensure equity across the programs. So the new initiatives part of this is really just to ensure that we have the funds for summer program services. And then what I did was the next line I have, just the four-year comparison as well as the last few years. You can see that there were actuals in that line prior to COVID and Rob being sick. So just the past few years, it has been budgeted with 0. So we're just trying to get back to that level of service. In our supply line, it says historically there haven't been accurate details in the supply line because I think that the revolving account was used to fund a majority of program services. Moving forward, we'd like to have the program supplies come out of the correct line. And in years past, it did have actuals upwards of $3,000. With rising costs and providing new programming, we'd like to ensure that there's $5,000 in there to cover, and we can adjust costs as years go on. For the most part, the supplies are covered through central purchasing. There are times when teens and families need something that does not come through central purchasing or not available from certain vendors due to the specific nature of our department. So we wanted to have a place to reconcile those purchases and ensure that we have accurate data and historical information and the funds to proceed with what we need. There's also just a small increase of gas funds because we didn't have anybody driving the van last year, and now we have people driving the van, and now we have places where we're taking the kids. So just a small little increase in that. And then if you wanted to, the next slide, this is just talking again about the program lines for supplies for the four-year comparison in the history. So there have been monies coming out of that line just in the past few years. There haven't been. So the biggest change is dues. So a little side note, the clinician in the department is overseen by a clinical supervisor. So the clinician in the office isn't really reporting to me in terms of the caseload and the casework. So they do see another person who is licensed that can oversee that kind of information, guide them, and help them through casework. Not only is this person doing that for our newest client, our newest clinician, but also supporting her in her LICSW licensing. So there's an increased need for the clinician supervisor than there was with our previous clinician. The previous clinician for a few years also went through this process where there was an increase in funds needed, and then once she became an LICSW, the funds then decreased and went down to once a month. So the investment that we're making in the clinician right now is to get her once a week clinical supervision with this licensed person that does the supervision. And then once that 2 years of supervision is done, then the costs go down and it goes to once a month. So this is an investment over 2 years to get her to her LICSW. And then we can oversee more staff, more interns, and increase the bandwidth of our clinical services. Because we are still lowering our personnel costs, the increase that we're seeing here still is kind of captured in that amount that we're saving and from the personnel lines, although they're different bottom lines. We're also registering for professional development. We've been attending a lot of free professional development as a team. And there was money in the line previously for professional development, but we lowered the amount for professional development and are accessing more free opportunities. And we knew that the clinician was coming on board, so we lowered the amount of cost for the training opportunities to offset that. This next page is really just a snapshot of all the changes that are made in a very brief narrative as to why that change was made. So if you wanted to just see something in a quick view, it was right there. so I won't bore you with that. This is just a snapshot of our revolving fund, which, to be honest, I'm still learning. This is new to me. But I do know that the revolving fund has been what's noted as a workhorse, right? It really does a lot for us. It's where our gift funds go. If we need something, kid doesn't have a jacket, this is where the money would come from. And that's why I'm asking to have a supply line so that we can track that information and see what needs are being met and what we're buying for each of our families and kids. So that is my spiel.
Thank you.
So please, any questions or comments?
Question to what, Sarah?
Yes, thank you. On the revolving fund, can you talk more about where those funds come from and then what you're using it for?
Sure. So, and this is going to be what I know right now.
Yep.
So what I know right now is there are a number of people that actually do give to the Youth Commission because it's part of their mission or their passion. And that money goes into here. So I call the revolving fund the gift fund because when donations come in, that's where it goes. So, for instance, we had an anonymous donor this week and an anonymous donor my first week, both give $5,000. That money went into this. We had the Turkey Trot, Ripples of Hope, donated their money. That goes into this account. So things like that. People earmark that money at times. They want it to go to a specific thing, or they want it to be for Christmas, that money can be used for a lot of things, because people are pretty cool when they say, use this for what you need, because the Youth Commission has such specific and, different needs than other departments. So the information that I know about how we track that, I'm still learning that to be I'm still learning how we track all of that information. Right now, I'm tracking it because I'm keeping track of what I'm giving, like what checks I'm giving and knowing how to spend it. What I do know is when I went back in historical data in the system, there's not always funds in there. So that might be used so I'm sure that was used to pay for College Bound. So that would have exhausted a lot of funds and then they would take time to build it back up. So, that's my understanding, but we don't put money in it as a community. I know we don't fund that account. I think that's all put in by donation. And I think that we use that for the specialty stuff, but to me, I feel like that should be going to fund or grant or donate to a family that needs something, or if we were to come up with a donation, let's say we were gonna come up with a Rob Blaney grant, like that would be where that kind of stuff would come from.
All set?
Yep, thank you.
Kevin?
Do you have anybody that could sort of walk you through all of that? I mean, coming in cold and managing what's probably
Yeah,
significant
nope.
amount of
So
money.
John and I
Okay.
meet and we talk through things
Okay.
as they come up. So the only thing I'm unclear about is how to track, once it goes in, how to track when, like where they wanted it to be used.
Yep.
So
Good luck.
it's been fun, I will say. It's been fun.
Sarah, follow.
I meant to ask how much is in there currently? Is it-
Currently, there is.
This was from 20.
I believe there's 84,000 in there right now.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Michael?
Thank you, Becky. I have two questions. One, did I hear you say that you folks offer homework assistance as part of?
So we are partnering with the library to be kicking off a Monday elementary school homework help, where we're gonna have Dedham High School students go to the library and assist elementary school kids with homework help. We're just about to lift it off the ground.
Great, because I was just wondering, like, where were you guys when I was in high school? Anyway, anyway, all of that being said, I heard everything that you said about Amber Carroll, the youth services counselor. Can you just tell me a little bit more about the monitoring that you described, the monitoring that she will have by the outside
Yeah, absolutely.
person?
So I monitor her day to day, right? So I give her tasks and she's still under my supervision in the office. What I don't supervise her on is how to manage her caseload. So She works with a clinician supervisor who manages, she might have a diagnosis that's really tough and she wants to know strategies on how to manage that diagnosis. And so the kid or the mom or somebody would come into the office and she would work through that for that clinician for that hour. And she might have questions on how do you think I want to go about this, or how would I address this, or what are some strategies you've used with this diagnosis in the past. So the clinician is for her to work through that. Every clinician has a supervisor that they see. It's much less once you've got your license, your LICSW license. She has her LCSW license. Once you have your LI license, you don't need to talk through so much of it because you've kind of been there and you've done almost all of the things. So she will be on a weekly basis going through all of her caseload, and her supervisor will debrief how her cases went and talk her through what she did, why did she choose those methods, what other methods are there. So it's really in a clinical nature about how she's offering support, seeing her patients, interpreting the issues and the needs in the moment.
Okay, and if I may follow up?
Yeah.
Does Amber have any connection with anybody in the school department?
So right now, she has a monthly meeting with Ashley Dubé, who is the head of clinical services for the town. She's going Wednesday to the Dedham High School SWAT meeting, which is when they come together and have all their clinicians together. She's gone to the middle school and met all their clinicians. She's in touch with all of the clinicians in the schools. And we have, in your folder, you'll see, I have a referral form. So anybody in the town, the school, students themselves can elect to refer, and she will connect with them. So she is right now, we have got her connected to every clinician in school, so that she can be serving them. She's seeing students in elementary, middle, and high school, and we're about to start seeing somebody in the ECEC. So she is pushing into basically every school. And like I said, she was asked to run a social skills group for kids on the spectrum at Avery, and we're meeting with their analyst on Thursday. So she is very connected with the schools right now.
And if I may, just one
Certainly.
more. You'll have to forgive me. I don't recall this position being part of the Youth Commission before. Was
So
it?
that was Angela.
Okay.
Who was in the position. I can't speak to what was happening when that was the staff, because I wasn't there. To me, I feel that's really important for this clinician to be supportive of the schools and to be accessible to all students in the town. And so that's the way that I'm directing her to support the schools.
No, that's great. I got some shaking heads back there as I was asking the question. This is not a new position, so.
No, yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just want to add, Becky answered that really well, but just from my own professional life, I have experience with this too, that this is standard and even required for somebody that doesn't have that I yet in their title, LICSW, to have a supervisor that's going over their caseload periodically with them. And like Becky said, I'm sure it was the same with the previous person until, it's usually a couple of years, and then they get there.
Every clinician the department has gone through this 2-year stint for them to get the final license they were looking towards. It's not always LI, sometimes it's LMH. So it just depends on what they're looking towards, and then the clinician services drop a little bit. Instead of once a week, it's once a month.
Thank you.
Michael?
So just a couple questions about our population. So I'm just curious if you have any sense of the percentage of population served. So we have 2,500 kids in our schools. I can't remember the percentage of our, so we have to have over 3,000 kids. And also just in follow-up to that is, I know you're 3 months in, but just your thoughts on what are some of the emerging needs of these populations?
So right now, mental health for every level of student is extremely important. When the schools found out we were getting a clinician after having Angela gone for a few months, they were banging down my doors trying to get a clinician to their youth. So number one, that's a huge issue. We're seeing homelessness stuff. We've got families from other places that are in transition right now. We have a lot of kids that are seeking safe adult support. And so with our door open, kids are just constantly coming in. I don't have a number for you or percentage of the population that we're serving. What I will tell you is, I have a little bit more of a grassroots approach than I think the Youth Commission has seen over the past few years. And so my goal right now is to be in every single school serving something so that we are able to get access to every kid we can. So aside from clinical services being served in the schools and for all students, we're looking to have homework help, as we previously mentioned. We're doing activities at the middle school. We're looking to run in-school support for, different elementary schools. So we are also, we're not necessarily waiting for folks to come to us, but we're trying to do some outreach to meet kids where they are and hopefully flesh out more needs and serve those needs when we find them out.
Quick follow-up, if I may?
Certainly.
So, not surprising, mental health. It's a big bucket, though. Can you expand on that a little bit, how that's presenting itself?
We're still fleshing that out. And I don't deal with the mental health cases themselves, so I can't tell you what we're seeing. What I'm seeing, though, is that parents are really in need of mental health and support with their students. So we're starting to put together parent info sessions to maybe kick off in September for monthly workshops that are targeted towards different ages and needs so that parents have some support, because that will trickle down to the children having support. We're looking to have different groups and to partner with, girls in middle school. That doesn't necessarily need any research to show you that that's a tough group. And so we're looking to have a girls group, and we're partnering with Park and Rec, we're hoping, to have some offered programs there. So we're addressing things that we know are low-hanging fruit, as we're doing more research and digging in to find out what those other needs are. So I don't have a concrete answer. What I'll tell you is my day is different every single day, and I get all sorts of different needs from, I don't know how I'm gonna get home to Dorchester, to my moped helmet is missing, I need a new one, my backpack is broken. So there's a lot of different things that come our way, and I'm trying to track them all so that we can see just how nuanced our department is. But I hope to show up to you next year and have a better answer for you and to show you what we tracked this year in terms of what we're supporting.
That's a good answer, thank you.
Yeah, I was the liaison for Youth Commission, and I just kind of want to commend Becky and her team, because this has been such an important department, doing such important work for so many years, and it's been really tricky with, I know it's a small team, and we've had 2 of those positions turn over. So I think Becky's working hard to look at what the Youth Commission has done historically, what they're doing now, what that was done historically needs to come back, and also looking ahead to what, based on the needs that she's seeing now. So there's a lot to do, and really impressed with the presentation from where, you were initially thinking about things when we first met to what you put together for today. It's a lot of good work. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Sarah?
I'm just curious, who do you work with in the schools to make sure that efforts aren't duplicative?
So I've met with Nan, and I've met with every principal except one, and I was supposed to meet with her yesterday, but I opted to go home sick, and so I didn't do that. But meeting with that last principal, I've met with, and when I meet with the principals, I meet with their main clinician. The superintendent is extremely supportive of anything that we want to do. The principals have all been all hands on deck. What can we do? A lot of folks didn't know that we were the resource that we can be. And so they're shocked when I'm offering to do things. And so we are working with every single school personnel possible. But yeah, the principals are all hands on deck. And so we're working to create something in every school.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? I just have one process question. Under dues, I think you talked about having the clinical supervision increase, that type of thing. Wouldn't that, and this is just process and get together with John, but I don't know if that really belongs in dues.
So it's always come out of dues, and I know it should probably, there's like a personnel line or a purchase service line. It's always come out of there, so I kept it there.
Okay.
For historical data purposes to know where to go. Because I have been a proponent, and Michelle knows this, of I want things in the right line because how do I track it? And so for those purposes, I wanted to just keep it where it was so that I could see it. but I know that's probably not a question for me, but just so you know, I didn't hound John about moving it because I wanted to be able
The
to.
only reason I'm
track it.
bringing that up is the books, the warrant books get some scrutiny from people, and all of a sudden somebody looks, what are we paying $4,000
Yeah,
for dues?
sure.
And
We
I
did
just-
talk about
it's
that.
that's just a process question
Yes.
from my part, and I think you might want to touch base with John or whoever
Yep.
to just maybe slide that into a more appropriate area and more easily understood, okay?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Anyone else? Welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Becky.
Well, thank you.
Very good presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is a delay, sorry. Bassam? Yes. If you could come up. Sorry, Kevin.
Good morning.
Do you have a hall pass? You were late? No? Okay. All right, you are, for folks, page 1 and 5, I believe.
Good morning. My
Go
name is,
ahead.
good morning. My name is Basim Awad. I'm the IT director for the town of Durham. Today I'll be representing the IT department budget and open to any questions if you have. So I'm going to start with FY25.
Excuse me. What's this?
Do you want me to go through the budgets or?
I think if you could focus on a couple of things, as just looking at the first page, purchase services, an increase of 7.5%. If you could touch on that, please.
Okay. So, purchase services is actually, has separate categories for it. For example, it has equipment and repairs. And to start with that, so start with that is actually under equipment and repairs. The first item that we have is the RICO leases for the town. So there has been an increase of replacing, leasing new equipments,
Yeah.
purchasing some of the old ones and shifted to different departments. It's overage, is a cost overage of the printing and the toners as well. So if we compare that item from FY24, the actual RICO leases was about 41,000 in F24, and for F25 is about 43,500. The second item that stays the same, which is the Formax equipments, that's the equipments that used in munis to fold the checks and all that for the finance department. So in FY24, it was about 720, and it went up to 920. So the cost increase of about $200. It neighbors the postage and the leasing of the equipment that we have. In FY24 is about 6,400, and FY24 it went up to 7,200. So the cost an increase of $800 extra from last year. And also we have some an HP switches for the network for the town, entire town, including town hall and all the town buildings. And the cost to maintain those switches are $18,000, comparing to last year it was about $17,580. So almost a cost, an increase of $400 from last year. And also, for some of the Dell leases that we have and the equipments, From last FY '24 was about 10,000, it went down this year to 9,000. Purchasing new equipments, Dell equipments as well for computers and desktop for the users. Last year in FY '24, current year, the one we have right now is about 14,680. It went down to 14,000. Maintaining the town fire.
Hold on a minute. Are we gonna get charged here, or is?
I think it's Mary's phone and she's not there.
Oh, okay. My lord.
Thought it was a fire alarm.
It was.
Sounds like someone's
clean
gonna
to walk in.
invade.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Continue.
So, the other item that we have here, the town firewalls, we have about 4 firewalls on the building, 2 in this building and 2 in public safety. They work as a high priority, so a failover network system. So last year, we had it as 14,000. With the new subscription that we have, it went up to 21,500. And then we have some of the new switches that we purchased out of the grant that we get awarded last fiscal 2023 for 139. We have to keep to maintain them in a warranty, so that the cost for all of those 17 switches that we have, 16 of them actually, cost to maintain them is 21,500. So that was an item that we didn't have in FY '24, but we have to take care of those switches in FY '25. So that's under equipment and equipment repair and maintenance. The second item is software systems and contract.
This is all under purchase services you're talking now?
Yes.
Okay.
First one is equipment and repair management and maintenance, professional services, which the professional services in FY '24, we had it as 35,500. This year, it went up, actually stays the same as 35,500, so there's no change on that. So the only change on the first item that we had, which is equipment and repair maintenance, was an increase of 50.3. The third item is software systems. In FY '23, we had it at 523,624.13. Our current budget of FY '24, we had it at 742,596.7. And FY '25, we're asking for 791,200, an increase of 8.6. And I will explain why that increase.
Please.
So there's a lot of items on that software and contracts, software systems and contract, but I can go through them, so that will explain why. It's also on the budget, FY '25, it's detailed.
And we didn't get that detail breakdown, so.
Oh, you don't have the munis printout?
Yes.
Yeah, I do, because I
Oh,
was
you
the
have it.
liaison, but
Okay.
everybody else doesn't.
No.
Okay, so I can, after this meeting, I can submit that to you guys, so.
That might be appropriate if that's agreeable to everyone, just. get-
Or do you want to have a copy of it now so you can see?
What's the wish of the board?
I think we should have it now.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Why don't you have Doreen make, she can run out.
Yeah.
It is a hearing.
Yeah, you can copy that. Yeah, you can copy all. And then you can copy that as well. Thank you, Dorian.
Hold on.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question while we're waiting for the copy?
Certainly.
So, I mean, your explanation is of exactly what is increasing, 25 versus 24 is helpful. I'm sure the detail will be helpful, but overall, we take take a step back, purchase services is increasing over the last 2 years, 60%. It was 758,000 in 2023. Is there a driver, like something that's really causing all of these increases? Well, is there a lot more personnel using technology? Is there something behind the scenes that's just causing every single line item to be increasing so much?
Sure. So beside the normal increases of services that we get from vendors, we added other projects to the town or new software. For example, OpenGov. OpenGov was implemented last year to replace the permitting software for the building department, replacing the old software, which is InnerGov. So OpenGov, it cost about almost to implement it. There was a maintenance of almost $27,000 a year to maintain the software, plus the actual cost to implement it. This year or next year, we're adding more modulars to the OpenGov to serve other departments. The health department, the conservation, planning, and maybe Leon, if he's here.
Leon's right there.
Yep, Leon?
Or Leon maybe can explain a little bit about OpenGov and how the town is actually heading towards that as well.
Sure. So Bassam, he hit the nail on the head with that one. So OpenGov is a online permitting tool that is been adopted by, I think, most, if not all, of our neighboring communities. EnerGov was a legacy software that had no online option for folks to do online permitting or any sort of up-to-date tasks. So we transitioned to that for the building department. That actually started several years ago, and it took a little bit longer than we had hoped to get implemented. But now that we have that implemented and it's all tied into our back end, to our assessing system and to our GIS system, we have seen a big uptick in folks using the online aspects of that, and it's definitely something that our residents and our customers are demanding of us now. So we are now moving that out to other departments as well. So we will be expanding that to other licensing and permitting departments, including the planning department, the planning, conservation, zoning. We'll move that to DPW. Engineering is already live. The town manager's office, and the various licenses and permits that we issue through the select board as well will all be going online. So it'll be one unified platform. If you go to a town like Walpole or Needham or again, most of the surrounding towns, they all have this tool available, and it does provide a much higher level of service. But there's obviously a cost to that as well. So there's an implementation cost and an annual maintenance fee. But again, it was a necessary cost because the EnerGov was going to be phased out anyway.
While you're still up there.
Go ahead.
It's specifically there may be overall information you can give in addition to this, but specifically the line on software and systems contracts, the town manager recommendation is significantly higher than even the level service or new initiatives. Is that what you're?
And that's because that included those additional modules and some additional costs that were not included into the base budget that was entered into by BOSSM, but that we did anticipate needing next year.
And to Mike P's question, in addition to what you mentioned, I know Bassam had mentioned, so I was the liaison for IT also. He had mentioned that with public safety coming on and some changes with 911 services, like maybe between the two of you kind of explaining, like there seems like many different changes that have happened within this department taking on more over the last few years.
Well, and as you recall, this department didn't exist until a couple of years ago. Many years ago, there was an IT department. Under a prior town management, the IT department was eliminated, and all the staff were eliminated as well. And so it was just under the finance department. several years ago, we brought back IT as a standalone department. We eliminated the outside contract we had, which was more than $400,000 a year with that outside company. We brought things back in-house, and then we've started pulling and centralizing a lot of these service contracts, software contracts and things. So these were previously housed in individual department line items, and you're seeing them now moved under IT. So I think that's what you're seeing is these increases are driven by added services, but also a concentration and a consolidation of existing tools that we already had and costs that we already had back under IT instead of being dispersed throughout the budget under various departments.
Well said. Thank you, Liam.
So from the copies that Doreen passed to you guys, passed to you, there was a sheet that has, it's 8.5 by 11. And that one I summarized all my 3 years, fiscal years, comparing line items, so you would know why there is an increase there. So if I go back to software and systems, so there is an increase in Munis. On FY23, you're going to notice there was no detail. That was the part when the IT department was part of the finance. So on FY24, I start to detail all the items that we have and trying to break it down so we make it easier for futures to look at numbers and compare why the changes between year to year. So Munis, there was almost an increase about $7,000 on services on the first item. And then you would notice also on OpenGov, the first one in FY24 was about $29,900. In FY25, it went up to $135. That's the new software we're going to be adding into the fiscal year to support the other department, the health, DPW, planning, and so forth. And then we have other items like time clock for the DPW and cemetery that they have. There was a little bit increase in cost. Like it went from 4,800 to went up to, actually went down actually to 3,500 because we have to replace the time clocks in there because they're outdated and we have a problem with connectivity, so we have to replace them. Office 365, that's the software is driven to support users with Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and most importantly is Outlook email for all the users. So the cost in FY24 was $51,500 and went up to $55,000. And the rest of the items here, all this is public record request. It went up from it actually went up from 4,600 to 4,900. We have some Aruba switches Aruba switches is the HP switches that I mentioned to you, which is currently went up from, I just have to line up those two items together. So there was a few increases on cost of, just to continue, getting the support for warranties. Vision software, there was also a change in the Vision software that's used by the assessor database. In the past, we kept it in-house, but now we noticed that, we decided not to go to the cloud version at that time because there was some special needs for the GIS to have the data in-house, but we decided to go to the cloud. There was an increase from Vision cost to maintain it this coming fiscal year up to $30,000, which is part of the cloud software. Versus last year it was about $21,000. Actually, FY24 was $21,000 and it's going to go up to $30,000. And that's just to maintain the Vision and the real estate software. Few cost increases in some of the softwares for the health department, the food code, GIS software. website changes and cost for the website. Adobe license for the department, for all departments that we need to have. Also, some of the cost of the antivirus software that we implementing to a new vendor that will give us more security for the reason we're doing that, because there's a lot of cyber attacks and we need to maintain our security system and software. So we decided to go to a different vendor. That's why you notice under Ninja on, sorry, I don't have those pages, the wide one labeled or numbered, but under software, you will find a line item that says Ninja. Actually, on this third page, and that went up from last year, cost from 16,000 to 20,550. And that's why there is a lot of stuff that you notice that there is an increase of 8 point in total for the whole purchase services to an 7.5 increase. That's what you asked for.
Any other questions for technology?
I just have one.
Oh, Michael.
Sam, you, you have the software licenses in here as an item, and licenses can be expensive, as we all know. Does everyone in town hall and in departments have licenses to, let's say, for example, for Office 365, or is that limited to certain departments?
So Office 365, there are two types of licenses, E1 and E3. E1 is the license that will give you a complete access to the suite of Office 365, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all these parts of the Office. Some users that we assign like E1 to them. We assign E3, which is to give them access to everything, and they follow them. They can log in using their username from home, and they will have access to all these packages. Some users, they don't require to have these softwares. They only need access to Word and Excel, to email only, and that's what the E1 license is. And that will give them only limited access to just the email. People who work remotely, not remotely, but people who don't actually, like example for you, you guys have an E1, you have an E1 that allows you to access your email, versus somebody in the office who would need access to the whole package who assign E3.
Is there anybody out there who has a license that doesn't use?
We always monitor that.
Okay.
So when there is a lot of, a new hiree or somebody, moved or quit or anything, we always review those because we pay those monthly. So we make sure that we don't have just license sitting in there unused and we being billed by Microsoft. The other thing also, the Adobe license. So there's a lot of way that we can save money. Instead of, I decided not to go through subscription through Adobe, because you can pay about maybe $20 a month for each user. But I found it is cheaper just to buy as a full version, keep it, and use it unlimited. We buy like a 20, and people need a full access to Adobe to be able to create PDF files and do all this editing. So we decided just to buy them instead of doing a subscription, a monthly subscription, which adds up. You have to pay for them yearly. So it costs a little bit more at the beginning when you buy it, but then we have 2022 license, which is fine. We don't need to upgrade every year to buy new license to be on, especially for Adobe. There's no need to buy it every year. 2022 is fine, you can sell for the next 5 years. People are just creating PDF files or fillable forms and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
All set? Anything else? Thank you. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Mr. Doyle in the assessing department. That's page 2 and 7. Morning.
Morning.
Good to see you.
Kevin Doyle, Director of Assessing. Thank you for having me. My budget's pretty straightforward. No fancy handouts or presentations like Amber and Becky. Thanks. Make sure they...
Your presentations come 4 times a year in the mail.
Yeah, you guys are usually sick of me talking anyways, but thanks for...
Which we all look
Becky and Amber.
forward to.
So really not much change over last year or previous years, outside of any increases you see are contractual, whether that be salary, deferred compensation, or longevity. Only increase outside of that would be training services. That's a $1,500 increase. My assistant director, Paul D'Olimpio, and I, we both have to have our licenses, so we need to maintain and renew them every 2 years. So we're constantly taking courses. I'm currently taking a couple right now. And then the increases, we had turnover due to retirement and brought in 2 new employees about a year or 2 ago. So now that they're, got their feet wet, hitting the ground and running. So I like to, now that they have a good grasp of what's going on in the office, like to start sending them out to do some of these educational courses, which are very instrumental and educational for them, so that they can start to do it on top of Paul and I taking them every year. And it's pretty straightforward.
Certainly is.
Yep.
Questions for Mr. Doyle?
No, I was the liaison to the assessment department, and I just wanted to call out that about next year's full reevaluation, if you want to talk about that, just to put it
Sure.
on the radar.
Yeah, so basically, there's not much change from year to year. Every 5 years, we have to have a full revaluation cycle. It's pretty intense process with the Department of Revenue. Every year, we're going through interim evaluations, so year to year, we're working with them, but every 5 years, it's a more thorough and detailed process. So we work with, currently right now, we're with RRC, which is our consulting services. So from year to year, as you can see, right now, it's under tax and utility data processing. So about $4,000 of that is for the utility appraisals that we have every year with like Eversource and Star. And then about another, 40 to 45,000 is with RRC on the interim. Next year, which will be for fiscal '26, when we come to the budget cycle for next year, it'll be our 2026 is our revaluation cycle. So every 5 years, so next year for fiscal '26, it'll be about $150,000 increase. You'll see. It'll be going out to bid next year. So, but I would expect about $150,000 to $200,000 increase again, and that's to cover those more in-depth or in the field, day-to-day throughout the year, every 5 years.
That's a bid process, not within the state, what's the term with state bids? Select group, like you just...
So there is a select group because it's it's a specialty. So there's only so many companies out there that provide these services.
Okay.
But as a town, we put it out to bid. So it's, a 3-year bid like all of them, with an option for every 2 years.
Okay.
So we renewed the option for last year and for this year, and then for fiscal '26, it'll be up for bid.
Any questions?
There was one more thing
Oh,
I
I'm
wanted to
sorry.
know. That's okay. That there's a new senior exemption coming out in the spring, either this month or next month?
So we're still in the process of that, looking into that, and can look to see what's been put out there through the DLS. We're hoping it's supposed to be more of a senior means testing for an exemption, so hopefully it can provide a little bit more help. So we're still in the review process of seeing what's out there and what the state is releasing for this year. So it's nothing that's current right now that we're offering, but in the next couple of months, we'll be processing and attending some of these seminars that the DLS, Department of Local Services, will be educating all the communities on, and so hopefully it provides a little more assistance out there for the seniors.
I'll say.
And then
Go ahead.
I know. I know that most of us watched your presentation, or all of us, about pilots to the select board. Was there any update since that meeting? I know that wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, it was just last
It
Thursday,
was,
so.
I couldn't remember what day it was.
Yeah, it was, they all tend to blend together, but it was last Thursday, and it's just, I'm trying to do some research on other ways to bring in additional revenue. And again, pilots, it's a payment in lieu of taxes. It's for those tax exempt organizations, and what we're looking into, it's not your, your everyday small companies, nonprofits. It's looking at bigger institutions that have the means to kind of put back, that we provide services to the town, like police, fire, emergency services, to them, that it's a cost of the town. So currently, right now, we only have one with MIT that was set up in about 1991, 1992. So this past year, they sent us a check. It was about for just under $35,000, which is just under 15% of what they normally would pay if they were not exempt from taxes. So it's just something additional revenue that we're looking to put into. It's nothing that they're obligated for, but, town of Dedham's only 10 square miles. It's, population about 25,000. So, any means, you've seen some of the schools and the maintenances that they have to endure over the next couple of years is pretty significant. So trying to help offset these costs and to look at, again, we're a small town, but we have a lot of large organizations, like MIT, this Northeastern, Nobles, the Rashi School, Dedham Community House, Dedham Country Day. So there's a lot of large schools that are exempt, and takes up a lot of land from the town. So any additional revenue that we could potentially bring in. So not much has changed since the meeting last Thursday, but, spoke with a lot of local companies. Some towns don't have any pilots. Some bring in a couple thousand, some bring into a couple million. So we spoke to a couple of the local ones that have, speaking with Milton, they have Milton Academy, Curry College, and Beth Israel Deaconess. So they bring in about $330,000 from those three. So that's kind of what we're starting to look into now, and hopefully create like a pilot commission.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. That's it. Yeah.
Michael?
Just a quick, gut check type of question regarding the pilots. What is your gut on what the success rate might be based on the pool of candidates, if you will, that you can approach, for these payments in lieu of taxes? Do you have any sense for that?
It's hard to say. Like I said, some communities don't have any. They don't collect any. They're not obligated to give anything, but hopefully they'll come back to give something to offset the cost of the services that we provide to them. But where we have some of these large institutions that might have the means to give back, I would think so. I mean, that's why, talking to other communities like Milton that have similar schools like Milton Academy, Curry College, the hospital, stuff like that, where they have the means to provide a little kickback to the town to offset the costs of the services that we provide to them. So I would think so. To my knowledge, we haven't asked, so they do provide other services. They give back and donate either time or money to some of our charitable organizations and services that we provide here in town. So again, we've never asked, so we haven't been told no. And if they say no, we're in the same situation as we've been. So it doesn't hurt to ask, and I would think that, some contribution could be made.
Thanks.
What's that? Anything else? Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Human Resources.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Gail.
Hi. How is everyone?
Good.
What page?
I probably have the...
Oh, I'm sorry.
12.
Next 8. Yes.
Let's look at the next one.
I probably have the simplest budget. Kevin and my budget are probably the simplest, so that will be easy for you. So basically, similar to the assessing budget, the only changes really are contractual, according to the bylaw, the step increases. So that's in the personnel side. And then the only other change is that I switched $1,800 from printing and mailing down to dues and conferences. So we feel that we need to go to more conferences to keep up on the MUNAs, programming MUNAs, and a lot of the legal requirements that are out there through SHRM and MMA, et cetera, some of the professional societies. So it's important that we stay on top of the law and use all the modules that we need to use in MUNAs. So those are the only two changes. Very simple.
Yep. Thanks.
Does anybody have any
Questions?
questions?
Anyone?
I'm happy to.
Not a
Liz?
budget question, but I was wondering how many open recs the town has.
There's about 7 open positions right now. Yeah. But we're actively hiring. We hired somebody this past week, Chris Reardon, who's an environmental specialist, so we've been constantly, making progress. That doesn't include seasonal. Right now, we're posting for Parks and Rec, which is a lot.
Any, Michael?
Similar question. Do we track and monitor retirement eligible, employees and, just for planning purposes to understand, is there going to be a talent gap or anything like that? Like is it, if we track it, is it going up or is it going down?
We have not tracked it because it's a huge variable. So some people enter public life late in life, so they work past 65, past 60, 65, past 70 in some cases. So we could track it, we have the data easily accessible, but it doesn't really give us anything for planning purposes because it depends on the person.
Okay.
So that's the hardest thing.
And if you ask, you're in trouble. By the way, Mike, we couldn't help noticing you getting old.
That's the way the state works now, I'm sorry.
But we do have all the HRIS data that we can track, all sorts of stuff.
Well, it's not just for, it's also, if you had a large percentage of your workforce that's retirement eligible, it could be a talent issue.
Right.
At least in the private sector, we look at that, primarily for that purpose more than anything else.
Right.
Because if you lose, all of a sudden you lose a lot of knowledge and know-how, it could hurt a particular department.
Yeah,
But if it doesn't provide any value, then based on what you said, then I understand that too.
Yeah, we're looking at it more from standard operating procedure, so making sure that people are trained or co-trained, cross-trained, more than, that they're going to leave at X period of time. I think more in the public sector, it feels to me that people stay longer past 65. And I think it's probably because they came in later in some cases, so then they want to stay to get a pension and get the subsidized insurance.
Anyone else? Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Show this?
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Michael and I met with the Human Resource as liaisons, and this she showed us this information piece, and we thought it was outstanding. And rather than spend the money of all of us getting one, I just asked her to bring one and pass it around. So you can take a look at it, but it's very comprehensive in terms of issues. Talk a little bit about how that was formulated.
So we have a safety committee meeting, and it was based off of the school side, actually, but it has tabs. You can see, we'll have tornado, we'll have active shooter, we had an active shooter drill. We have fire drill, so it goes into all that, bomb threats, et cetera. We actually did have a real tornado, and Doreen, that's why I'm smirking with Doreen, because Doreen, listen, she had it, she brought it with her, and she said, we need to be in the Council on Aging pantry, so she gets a gold star. Paying attention. So I won't pass this to Doreen, I'll pass it this side.
Please, please.
But it was the safety committee that put it all
Thank
together.
you. That's
You can keep it if you want.
great.
And also, we got a grant for $1,500 to, do training or purchase PPE, et cetera, so we'll be using that too, for safety.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for reminding me about the book, too.
Sure.
Planning, zoning, and natural resources. Jeremy. That is page 3 and 12.
I'm clipping off your sheet here. Let's go.
Jeremy, if you could start out, and I know last November, the reorganization of the area that you are just touch on that and how it's affected the way that the budget was prepared. I know, I had some conversations with Michael P. as liaison to your department, and just touch base on that before we get into the nuts and bolts.
Absolutely. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. Appreciate your dedication to spending a whole Saturday in this room in that seat and not getting up. So kudos to you and your dedication. And as you did reference, I want to shout out to the liaisons, Mike and Kevin. They were able to make some semblance of the ledgers that are before you. And ultimately, as you just discussed, fall town meeting approved through the town manager a consolidation of a couple departments to what is now known as the Planning, Zoning, and Natural Resources, PZNR for short, new acronym for the town. And so this consolidation is made up of the Planning and Zoning Department, I believe 4 staffers, the conservation agent and environmental specialists, which form really the conservation department, and ultimately a stormwater manager. And so being that we all sit together, we all work together, we all laugh and cry together, we thought it'd be good to let's form into a planning, zoning, and natural resources. And so what you'll see here, what is presented to you, and hopefully it's much more understandable now thanks to our liaisons. Ultimately, we're proposing a level service budget, which is the de facto for all departments, nominal increase of about 3%, no changes to full-time employees, no decrease, no increase, and hopefully pretty simple. I will say the caveat to the 3% increase, actually, I believe probably one of your ledger lines shows a 12% increase. And so I would say that's a bit deceiving. Unfortunately, as you probably know, with many grants that we get from the state, usually it's not the money up front. It's we either get a match or the town has to fully put up the money. And so the difference between that 12% and 3% increase is a $50,000 grant that the department received, which we're going to begin this summer. But ultimately, the $50,000 money we won't get until we complete the process. So the town's responsibility is to put that money up front. And so I've put that $50,000 into the department, which caused an increase from 3% to 12%. And again, thank you to the liaisons to help us present that in hopefully a simplified way.
Can you comment? I was going to just ask you.
None of you guys are going to find the 12% on here.
Yeah.
The whole problem is because it got consolidated, several departments got consolidated, 171 to 173, 175. The history is in some departments, the new is in the other departments. Page 12 looks like it's going up 54%. Bottom line is, it is a level service budget. There are no additional new hires. It's just going to the step requirements that everybody else is talking about. So if you look at in a consolidated way, it looks like it's going up 12.6%. But there is that $50,000 grant for what's it for again?
We're going to be taking a look at our accessory dwelling unit, otherwise known as ADU, and our single to two-family conversion zoning bylaws, and conducting a public process on that.
So basically the housing study, if we get that grant, we have to pay up front the $50,000, hopefully, and maybe Jeremy can comment on the likelihood of getting it or not. I think that's the biggest question. But if we get reimbursed by the state, then the increase of all consolidated departments, when you look at history in 2025, is really just 3% increase. And it's a level service budget without really any other changes. That's the bottom line that we finally got to, knowing that looking at this today was going to be very confusing. That's why we were trying to get to that point. I guess I would just ask Jeremy, how is it just a 100% surety given? We are going to get that $50,000 back from the state, or is there a process we got to go through? Is it at risk? I guess that would be the only question I would ask.
Yeah, sure. We did sign a contract. The town was awarded this. We part of the community grants. So we do in fact have a contract that they will pay us and reimburse us as long as we stick to what we proposed, which was conducting this process. We have until, I believe, June 30th of 2025 to execute this contract, and we're on track for that. And I've never not been reimbursed by the state for a grant, so hopefully that provides some assurance.
Good. Thank you, Mike, for, Kevin, for delving in on that, because I know there was some emails that were passed back and forth and getting right down to the specifics of what it is, so. Thank you. Anything else you want to talk about on, I know that was the introductory part of your presentation, but some other things.
I will note that typically we have a technical services budget that provides funding for consultants, projects. As you know, we do a lot of studies and planning, and we are very good stewards of that money. And I don't have the numbers, but we've previously showed we brought in a lot of grants at this department and continue to. But we do sometimes need to supplement that in-house. And as you probably were aware, there was a very successful Wigwam Pond community process to come up with a vision and future reuse to activate that pond. It's as we've seen through studies, it's come on hard times, decades of neglect, sediment, invasive species, phosphorus have really made it not a usable pond. I'm sure some of the anglers that are still out there don't want the attention, but ultimately it's really not usable. And it's a great natural asset that we don't really know. You can't see it. No one's using it, but it's there. And it's the community came together. We've come up with a plan. It's a multi-million-dollar, probably at least a decade to bring it up to a place where we can have it for folks could be walking around, can actually use a canoe without getting stuck in the middle or weeds. So, but we have a plan. So we're hoping to use $40,000 of our typical allotment for technical services to use as a match for a greater grant from the state to combat the invasive species. That's really the first step, is to start to remediate all the harm that's happened in the past 50, 60 years. It's kind of an afterthought. But we have full community support through this plan, and folks are excited. But it's going to take time, and it's going to take money. And this is the first step. And so that's really I think the biggest expenditure outside of personnel, which is meeting all the mandated salary increases. Thank you, members.
Questions? I have one. If you look to page 12 on the budget breakdown,
okay.
This is more of I'm sure there's a very clear explanation, but the optics, when we're talking about personnel services.
Correct.
It has town planner with a percentage increase of 20.1%. And also staff planner has a 10% increase. Could we talk about that? That might be something.
Well, for one, as I will put the notice out, Gail did know that we have some vacancies, so we are looking for that staff planner, which is known as a senior planner. So if you know anyone, please get the word out. It's been a little difficult to fill in this day and age. There's a lot of jobs out there for planners, so we hope we can fulfill that. So this 10% is probably maintaining that level service and step increase.
Does that fit into the classification area?
Yes.
So that's within the classification?
Correct.
Right.
And the town planner increase has been due to my change of responsibilities in overseeing 3 departments and 7 individuals. And this is commensurate with that and the additional responsibilities. In addition to, I also am the lead point person for economic development.
How much you would be due on the classification aspect, you would have been due a step or what are the terminology?
Much like all staff.
Which, so there's an additional amount added to your salary because as I recall our discussions back in this fall, when this came up, I believe the question was asked that there would not be any additional salary adjustments for the planner?
Yeah.
Am I correct? Or maybe I missed something. Okay. I'm just looking at the optics of this. That's a pretty good increase.
I think the appropriate term would be a recategorization.
Leon?
So just so I'm understanding the question, so I think we're talking about a couple different things here. So one is, there was a reclassification of the planning director, which is shown here as town planner salary, based on the change in responsibility. And if I misstated in the fall, we had said that overall there would be a no major increase, because by reorganizing the department, what we've done is we've taken several directors and reduced them down to union level positions, which there were commensurate salary decreases. But by having one overall director who has now greater responsibility, we did conduct a market survey and had to bring that salary up to match the market, which is what Mr. Rosenberger is referring to with the reclassification. But if overall, because when you combine them all together, you're seeing a 3% increase for the entire department. We were able to essentially fold that increase into the other reductions and bring it in line with other departments.
Certainly.
And also regarding the salary survey, we were below with the planning director by itself, never mind with the combined group. So
Okay.
we did a combined group salary survey to bring the position up.
Thank you. Yeah, that was one missing factor as well. We were below market for a number of years on that director salary as it was, but by the combination, we certainly had to bring it up to match other communities.
So in other words, what was addressed in the fall, and when this was approved by town meeting, was that there were other salaries within the other areas, conservation and
An economic development director.
economic development. So those were kind of rolled in so that the aggregate salaries have just increased to 3%. But the department head's salary was adjusted because of market values.
That's correct. It's like economic development director is no longer a position. We have an economic development planner. There was a savings there that can be used to offset the cost to the department head.
As I say, as this goes forward with the process and warrant books and things like that, that's going to be something I think is going to have to be addressed with.
Okay.
town
Yeah, and that's a good question. And certainly, we won't expect to see this year over year. Now that the reorganization has occurred and that the reclassification has occurred, we will have normal just step increases going forward.
Michelle?
This is more just a process and PR question, I guess, but is there a way, maybe this has to be presented like it is now for in the book for town meeting, but is there a way to have like a supplement or a page that does combine all those departments to see like what you all more obviously see is the 3%?
Actually, Brady did do a one-pager that combined them all.
And we'll be able to have that so the town meeting can see that?
Yeah, it's actually in your book, it's the last page in the class section.
Oh, great, thank you. I didn't see that. I think that would help.
Right here. I have a question as well.
Last page of it.
And I think that was directly a result of our, if I may, the liaison meetings. And again, thank them for being the first filter of seeing this.
Oh, here it is, see?
Yeah, that's very helpful.
All set, Michelle?
Mhm.
Michael?
Is that okay?
Jeremy.
If you need more detail behind any of those, we can certainly give you that.
I think it's a matter of what we think explain the actual story better at a town meeting.
Yes, and Minnie.
So is this where the grant is? We're seeing the 50,000 here?
It is, the one, it should be referenced, let me go back to your,
The bottom line of that.
yeah, it would be,
Oh, yeah, here it is, right here.
thank you. Sorry.
That's how you get from 12.6 to
Yeah.
3%.
Michael, you had a question?
I did. Jeremy, I'm going to step back to, you mentioned the Wigham Pond technical services and the project study, et cetera. And you mentioned, if I heard you correctly, 10 years before you could sit in a canoe and not get stuck in the mud. I'm just curious to know, I know that there's been publications, notifications, all kinds of information out there about the actual project itself. And this might not be the right time to ask about it, but maybe just for the standpoint of maybe putting a placeholder out there. This overall project, cost-wise, is there a number, dollar-wise, that this project will cost? And then, of course, any grants that might come in to offset the cost of that? Like I said, it might not be the right time, but I'm just thinking forward. As, the words that we're hearing today about the future, just don't want to forget some of the projects that are pretty exciting and that are upcoming, just to make sure that they're kept in the mix discussion-wise.
Yeah, I don't have the specific, but it's over $10 million. And it's highly variable. There's so many factors, but through this process was come up with some estimates. And this is to realize the community's vision of making a passive recreation, having boardwalks all the way around, potential viewing points, fishing locations, canoe access. So there's a lot of amenities baked into it. It sounds like a lot, but there's a lot of work that needs to happen. And so how we go about that, typically these things take years, and it also takes dedication by the community to realize that. There are limited sources of grants right now, though I remain hopeful that there is going to be some federal money coming down for providing additional. Typically the sources at the state are we have some wildlife grants. There's another one, the name escapes me. But us having money provides a lot of leverage and high consideration at the state to get a grant. The more that you can put up and the more that you can show that you're serious, the more that we stand a good chance of getting matching funding and maybe, taking $100,000 and getting $250,000, which really will start to move the needle on improving this great body of water.
No, exactly, and that's my point. I mean, I think it would behoove us to make it sound like it's, that there's more to it than just the cost.
Yep.
I think that's important. Whether it goes anywhere or not, I mean, that's the story for another day. But I'm just saying, it is a pretty substantial amount of money, but, the trade-off for that is what you just said.
And we have, as you probably know, Legacy Boulevard is an active area. There's going to be future development there, and, through our regulatory boards, they will be seeking mitigation money to help fund remediating this pond. So the ball is rolling, thankfully. Hopefully we can realize it before a decade, but, these things take time, and this is what, we're starting now. Let's fix it.
Thank you, Jeremy.
All set. Any other things? Questions? No? Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, members.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Next up is BPCC and central purchasing. Is Leon, are you gonna, or? That's,
Page 6.
page 2 and 6.
And if it suits the committee, we'd like to take the lunch break after we do these ones, if that's okay with you all.
After we do this one?
Yeah, after we do these two departments, if that's okay with you.
Okay. So fire department and engineering?
Or do you want to continue? You tell us when you want to take your lunch break.
I think, well, to be honest with you, I think of it, I think let's plug through and the
Okay.
last two, so we'll keep to our schedule. Is that agreeable to everyone?
Works for me.
Everyone? Okay. And then we can move forward on that. So we'll do this one, these two departments, we'll do the fire department and engineering. And then we'll,
And just so you're aware, I'm going to handle engineering today because Jason is on vacation.
okay, thank you. So basically, central purchasing is the focus on this one, right?
Yes. Okay, so central purchasing encompasses several things. It includes some per diem type salaries for office support staff. So that's the personal services you see there at $10,000, and that's been consistent for a number of years, so there's no increase proposed there. And we don't always spend that $10,000. We also have central overtime. So all overtime is overtime for the smaller departments outside of public safety primarily is handled through central overtime and pre-approved by the assistant town manager, Nancy Baker. And so that would cover most of the town hall departments, and like I said, everything outside of public safety. And that's proposed at no increase. I guess I'll get to the most exciting part. There's no increase proposed at all for central purchasing. And then we also have purchase services, which covers a number of outside vendors, and then supplies and materials, which is, we have a centralized office supply management through Doreen, where office supplies, replacement furnishings and things like that on a small basis for town buildings through that central line. But again, there's no increases proposed to any of these lines.
Okay. Any questions about central purchasing?
I have one.
Go ahead.
When was sick leave buyback and overtime centralized?
What was that?
When was the sick leave buyback and overtime centralized into central purchasing?
Well, that's before my time.
Oh, okay, all
Yeah.
right. So the 22 and 23 figures are centralized?
They are as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They were centralized as well. I think the one department that was rolled in the last 4 years, I believe, was the building department. It was the last department that we rolled in. But that has been standard for a number of years. To
Okay.
have the central.
Thank you.
And then the BPCC actually has no budget.
Budget, I was going
Yeah.
to say.
Yeah. So.
It just has to be carried forward through.
Yeah,
with years.
carried forward, and the Building Planning Construction Committee does a lot of good work for the town, especially during the public safety building project. They met a monthly. We support them through our office, and through the building department. They're also supported, so they do a lot of good work for no cost to the town.
Yeah, I've asked this question a couple meetings, I don't know that you were here. What is the BPCC's role, if any, in helping with looking at facilities, future forward, as opposed to ones that are just coming online?
Sure, so that is one of their charges, and you will see that in the facilities department, we're asking to do a comprehensive study of town facilities, and we expect that the BPCC will be instrumental in that to help us survey the existing condition of buildings as well as our future needs, and that's certainly within their purview, and we'll be asking them to help us with that survey. Likely they won't do it in-house, but they will work with whichever outside consultant is hired. Typically that's our architectural engineering firm will be in charge on it.
Okay, so the one that's pretty old and outdated, were they involved in that one?
I believe they were. So there's one from 2004, I believe it was done by Earth Deck, and I think you all were sent a copy of that one. We scanned it in, or at least we talked about it at CEC, and I'm looking at Michael Leahy. And so many of the projects that were either talked about in there have been completed or made obsolete by newer decisions. So it is really time to update that so that we can be strategic in how we approach buildings in the town. We would love to do it in such a manner that it combines town and school, because we've never done that before, as far as I'm aware. The cost of something like that would be quite high, though. So going and talking to CEC, we did reduce the scope of this year's ask, and probably do a phased approach on that. So we'll hopefully be kicking off the first phase of that to hit the buildings that we think are most in need of assessment, and then in the coming year or two, we'll do the rest of it.
Thanks.
All set? Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Chief, you're up. Fire is, and central dispatch, 3 and 4, and 16 and 17. And 18, thank you.
Hello.
Afternoon.
Good noon. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks, Dave. Thanks for having me in today. Before we get into the budget, if you want, I put a little presentation together. I promised to go through it quickly. Just basically a department update, where we are, where we're trying to get to. I gave the copies you have are the same that will be up on the screen. For FY24 updates, we've just been trying to, the fire department, to maintain the same level of emergency services we have. We're seeing about between 5% and 8% increases in the total amount of incidents that we're responding to, emergency incidents. In the past 12 months, we're approaching almost 6,000 calls now. So it's steadily creeping up. Currently, we have 4 firefighter vacancies. We had 1 retire this year, 3 others made a decision to resign for the positions. And we currently have 4 new firefighter recruits. They're scheduled to attend the Metro Fire Recruit Academy, and that's going to be beginning on, I believe it's April 22nd. That's kind of a significant point there, is that the wait time for the Mass Fire Academy out of the state, to get them into there, it would have possibly been, if anything, around September. Working with Metro, I'm on the board of directors with Metro Fire. We've been working closely with Boston. This is what we've talked about a few times, to help out our Metro communities, if you will, the group that we belong to, with Boston Fire, to help us get our firefighters, our new firefighters trained and on the trucks that more quickly. So that this is a great benefit to us and the other cities and towns who will be attending this program in April. The other thing, I love talking about this, our health and wellness program is great. I've mentioned many times before, it addresses firefighter physical fitness, nutritional, mental wellness. We're also doing cancer screenings. Proud to say, again, this year, we're projecting well over 90% of our members will achieve the yearly goals, which include physical fitness time and also receiving annual physicals to catch up on any of the issues that they may be having. Professional development, training and so forth, a lot comes from the state, Mass Fire Academy. Difficult time with them right now. They're struggling with getting programs coordinated out to departments who are requesting them just based upon staffing needs and budget reductions out there. But to supplement that, we're using other vendors as well to come in. And also there's in-house training going on every day with some of our officers who are certified as training instructors. So they're keeping busy with the training all the time. We were able to secure a firefighter equipment grant this year for just short of $19,000. That dollar amount is based upon population of the community. So Dedham was eligible for this amount. And those funds, they give you what's called an allowable equipment list. Basically, you're subject to look through that list and purchase from that restricted list, if you will. But what's the benefit of this is this year, there's a lot of new specific equipment with some of the new specific hazards that we're dealing with, so we're able to pick some of this equipment up through that grant, which this is stuff now I don't have to look through, through the capital process and other things. This graph just illustrates the increase in the emergency responses we're doing. Again, total responses, we're looking at over 5,900. Usually breaks down to almost the same average throughout the course of time as the emergency medical services, anywhere between 60-65%, and all the others come in, fire and other related incidents, usually in, between 30-40%. One trend that's kind of interesting, I just started running these numbers within the last couple of years, is the total amount of incidents. In more than a third of the time, they're overlapping. We'll have 2 or 3 incidents going on at the same time, almost 1/3 of that time. So we'll have resources tied up in different areas of the towns. They could be out on a medical call. Next thing we get, a fire alarm call coming in. So it's just about, it's getting a little concerning because the more that overlap we have, the thinner you get, if you will, when we arrive to these scenes. This one just illustrates over the last 10 years, the actual building fires that we have in town and also the mutual aid responses that we provide to our other mutual aid partners. We're still averaging approximately about 18 actual building fires in the town of Dedham, throughout the course of the year. And those aren't, I say this a few times because people ask me this question, is that just because it's a cooking fire or something like that? And the answer is no. These are actual building fires, and that's determined by either, actual fire damage to the building or the contents of the building. All the others that we have, there are different coatings and stuff for those, but the actual building fires, we're still averaging about 18. And our mutual aid responses, meaning we're sending help to the other cities and towns around us for their assistance, we're averaging anywhere from 40 to 50 on the course of a year. The next one, this just shows the 3 districts that I think you're familiar with. We keep an eye on these throughout the course of the year and kind of see, I haven't had to really adjust the districts too much because they're almost dead even right across the board. Every section of the town, we're pretty much busy in all of them. This next is the current staffing model that we have with the current staffing level. If you could, just up at the top, you'll see that gray area, underneath the chief of department, there's 2 boxes there, the fire prevention captain and administrative assistant. And then also if we drop down to the bottom of that graph, if you will, where it says the ladder company, ladder 1, you'll notice there's a captain and 2 firefighters assigned there. That's where we're looking to improve upon and where the request has always been going year after year. So currently with this staffing model, including myself, there are 66 fire personnel. And then the next that we have is the recurring requests that I've had. Again, if we notice up top in the gray boxes again, the addition up there is Deputy Chief of Administration. That position is being requested to help out in multiple different areas. I'll get into that on the next slide. And then also down at the bottom where that ladder 1 is, you also notice that it's gone from a captain and 2 firefighters to a captain and 3 firefighters. By doing that, we're going to be matching the 3 engine companies that we have for the minimum staffing levels, which is 3 firefighters and a supervisor, either a lieutenant or captain assigned to each one of them. So currently, right now, our ladder truck doesn't meet that minimum. We're 1 short on that truck, and that's what we're trying to achieve. With that being said, with those 5 positions, we would be going from the 66 number of fire personnel in total to a total of 71 requested. The next is just the staffing timeline. I continue to add on to this year after year. Back in FY13, when I first took this position, we were at 60 positions, but with those, 2 of them were going unfilled. They were always in there on the budget, but there was direction not to fill them at the time. I was fortunate within the first year to get those 2 back in, and actually, we had the funding there, but just to get those positions hired. You notice in FY17, after several years of requesting for the 8 positions, we were able to secure 4 new firefighter positions at that time. And since that point, we've been requesting the 4 additional and the Deputy Chief of Administration. This slide just illustrates the cost associated, when you're hiring a firefighter, bringing somebody on board with all the associated costs as well. The base salary is shown there. And then another big driving factor is the cost of the health care and the other benefits that go along with that. What I did put on here was a number that our HR director provided, and it's for lack of a better term, the worst-case scenario. It's the highest-priced program for a family plan. What I can tell you is a lot of the new firefighters who come on, they're still young. They're in the early 20s, if you will. A lot come in and they actually opt out of the insurance. They're either still on their parents' insurance, which they're allowed to do up until the age of 26. Many of them, some of our firefighters we hire, they are they're former military, so they take advantage of the VA system, and others are on their spouses, you know. But I didn't want to leave that associated cost out with that, just to be upfront, showing that basically, it's, in round numbers, it's about $100,000 to bring a firefighter on board altogether. This next one is just to show you where we're at, and is to meet the national standards, and you know, I can mention the standards over and over again too, but what I also like to mention too is the fact that I've been doing this a long time, almost 40 years on the job. I've met every position on this job. I know what it's like to stand at that picture that's up there and look over my shoulder, and I'm like, geez, I need 2 more guys there, or, you know. This is what I really need to stress on, is that that picture right there, going on what the minimum standard is recommendation is to have 17 there. We don't meet that. We're still that one short that I've talked about over and over again on that ladder truck. And what's even more concerning is that more days than not, we don't even have that there. More days than not, if we're down to minimum staffing level, we'll have 13 people there. We don't drop down below 13. We have 12 on the trucks, and then a shift commander who counts as that number 13. So that's what's concerning. It's really concerning. And that just is a, you know, depiction of like your basic 1.5-story home, you know, right in our town. This next picture is even more concerning. That same group, they're going here. You know, we've got these units all throughout the town now, as we know. I think they're great. You know, I think a lot of times it's a great improvement to the town, but it's very taxing on our side. These types of buildings, they're more challenging, more labor intensive. You know, whether it's a fire call, medical calls, we have to be able to get there to manage the types of mechanical systems they have in these types of buildings. We're starting to see now is some of the ones, you know, specifically if we go over to Station 250 and the Avalon and back of the Legacy over there, they're starting to age out. They're already, you know, over 10, 12 years old. This is where we start to get concerns because the mechanical breakdowns and everything. There's no more, everybody knows what the appliances that you have at home now, they're just throwaways. There's no more fixing them. These things start to break down. A lot of these units have individual, both heating units, hot water heaters, what have you. Right in these units, we've had many calls going to these places for these mechanical breakdowns and overheats, those types of things. So that's just one concern with the mechanical issues. The next one, not to dump everything on the apartment buildings, but this is how the majority of the people are getting around. That's how they're getting around. You go up to there now, and a lot of alternative means of transportation. These are the typical cars we're seeing up there. A lot of people living in apartments. These are either, you know, hybrids, straight-up electric cars, plug-ins. All the other things that are on there, whether it's those scooters, the electric bikes, even that other thing that I would never try to. But that's.
You and me both.
But that's what we're seeing, and the concern we're having, and this isn't just a Dedham thing. It's not a Dedham thing. They're bringing these inside, and they're plugging these in, and they're plugging them in. The next one is the end results. We're having this. It's a big deal. When this stuff happens, these are in these apartments. This is what is happening here. These are explosive events. It's not like, you know, your normal fires or anything. This is an explosive event. And what I'm trying to drive with this is that when we have these types of events here, it's a lot different than it was years ago. Like I just said, when I'm looking over my shoulder now, I need those extra people. But we're investing in special training. We're investing in special equipment to try to handle these types of emergencies because this stuff isn't coming, it's here. And we still need to deal with this stuff. It's more labor intensive. I need, it's this extra equipment we're having. We have all these additional needs, you know, to try to manage these types of things, because we're responsible for the people who live in these apartment buildings as much as we are responsible for the people who live in the single-family homes. We have to provide that protection there. So I just wanted to illustrate that and get it out, just so I'm trying to, as I go on with this, it's where we're going. So this next list, it just shows, this is what we have in town. Up top, you know, the two in highlighted in green, they've been around a long time. Locatelli, it's like forever. East Adam, I believe, was in the 60s. Everything else was within the last 20 years. Within the last 20 years. That's over 2,200 units. Majority of them have retail space on the first floor. So this is what we're dealing with. A lot of them are new, and just so I can clarify it, is some of the projects that are on here, there's still some that are lined up. Some of them aren't in place yet, but they're also coming, you know, over off of our Legacy Boulevard, both on Sturgis and on Quabish. There's a couple other units going in there. I've listed those in here as well with the numbers. But again, this is where we're going. So that's kind of stressing, you know, basically, I kind of use the thing, you know, our success, when we arrive on scene with these things here, our success, it's driven by literally the boots on the ground. We need the people there when those types of things are happening. That's what I'm trying to push across. This next one is for that Deputy Chief of Administration position. This was a survey that we conducted with all of our mutual aid partners, if you will, through Metro Fire, which is the group that Dedham belongs with. It's 35 cities and towns. The department's very similar to ours, some larger, some smaller, but they all run the same. And as you can see, I have Dedham highlighted in yellow. In that brown column that's right there, uniform day staff, that means what do they have for support staff? What, you know, not the guys on the trucks, but these are the people who are helping out in the day-to-day stuff, both inspections and everything going on. We have one. We have one. There's not a single other community. These are 30 out of the 35 who responded, but I can tell you the other 5 who didn't, they're well above that. It's into the larger departments, it's your Bostons and everything else, so that they're really getting overwhelmed right now. This next one, the Fire Prevention Division, that's the one person. I have one captain in fire prevention. This is what he oversees. He works Monday through Thursday. What we do is some of the on-duty fire companies, meaning the guys who are on the trucks, as best as we can, especially when we come up to some of the mandated things that are required as far as the quarterly inspections, what have you, through the schools, and also in the hotels, motels, and any of the healthcare facilities. They'll get out there and help with these inspections as much as they can. But what's getting, more challenging, go back to some of the first slides, they're doing 6,000 calls a year. So it's very difficult sometimes. We need to get these done on a timely basis, certain times of the year. So he's really chasing his tail, if you know what I mean. Between quarterly inspections, the residential inspections, that's when anybody's doing major renovations to their homes or transactions, buying a new home, liquor licenses, and so on. There's just a lot of stuff he's got on his plate. So that position was first recommended back in 2012, along with the other recommendations, and that was driven by a fire department analysis that was prepared by Municipal Resources. They came and did a public safety study on both police and fire, and that's an actual quote right out of their recommendation. The town should immediately establish this position. And again, down the bottom, just how essential it is to the size of the department that Dedham has. And then lastly, the staffing recommendations. Again, it just repeats what I just said, where we're coming up with these recommendations, that NFPA standard. And what's interesting, I know I've mentioned it before, so NFPA, where do they get their information? A lot of it comes from those next 2 federal agencies that are listed, both NIST and NIOSH. And what NIST does is they'll look at a task or a job assignment, and they'll come up with a formula, if you will, basically saying, hey, here's what you need to safely and effectively perform that. And then NIOSH, they basically do very thorough investigations after really something bad happens. And what I can tell you is that I've read many of these reports over the years, and they go through, I mean, everything. But some of the common denominators that you see in almost every single one of these reports comes down to four things. It's equipment, we have it. It's training, the training all the time, we provide that. Communications, everybody now has these portable radios. The town invested, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, one of the most updated ones. Those they'll have. And then it comes down to the staffing. And it just goes boom, boom, boom. Why did this happen? And that's what they're looking for. So again, this is where we're trying to do. We're just trying to catch up, you know, to try to not so much stay ahead of it, but just stay up to speed with what we're facing right now. We can skip right over this slide. No.
Boy, you try your luck, huh?
No. This is just over the last 10 years, the overtime projections and also the actual expenditures that we've had from FY14 up until this current year. Again, you can see in FY23, I don't have it exactly in front of me, but you can see the red line was the budget amount. I believe it was 637, rings a bell. I think that was in my head. And we ended up going to what you see on there was 737 we ended up going to. It was just over 600,000 that we originally had budgeted. This year, we're pretty much same on track with that again. You can see the dip that was back in 19 and 20, and then it starts to come back again. The next couple of slides will show where that stuff is going, some of the driving factors for that. But what I can also tell you is post-COVID, we're telling people to stay home now. We're telling them to stay home. If you're sick, you're sick. Because I think we've learned from that. Before it used to be, oh, you need to come to work, and we had sick buildings. We really did. Mm-hmm. But we're also seeing an increase is it's family members now. You know, they may have, you know, their spouse, what have you, is working. They get the kids at home, so they're staying home to see that. We're seeing a lot more of that nowadays. And it's not that it's, you know, specific to like one person, two person, because we look at that. I look at for tracks and trending and those types of things. And it's not there. It's not excessive with any individual persons or something like that, but it's just kind of spread out. And the overall amount per individual being out, it's not up there. It's really not. So well, just quickly on this one, with the comparison for overtime, and it goes back to the staffing levels again. These are the FY23 numbers, the exact FY23 numbers I just mentioned. So it says current staffing level. So this is what we do on a minimum on a daily basis. We have 3 engine companies or one ladder company with 12-man minimum. That means the people on the trucks. So no fewer than 3 on the trucks. That's what we spent, $730,000, $737,000. It was out to just under $2,100 per day. Down the bottom, what I did is I went through every single day. I went back through every shift throughout the course of the year. And there were 209 times that we needed at least one position filled for the 24-hour period. So 209 times we needed at least one overtime position for that. So what I did with that, if we had that one additional person, if everything else stayed the same, we had that one other person there, we wouldn't have needed that overtime position. So again, everything else the same, it would have been a reduction of about $238,000 with that, with the extra person there, which would have brought us down to about $498. I know things can change, but I was just using the exact same, that everything else stayed the same. That's kind of where it would have been at. And then just lastly, these last 2 things real quick is just, here's some of the things that help drive some of those specific costs. This one here is how many weeks are lost. And down the bottom, you'll see some of the contributing factors. It's some of the injuries. COVID's finally, I shouldn't say COVID's disappeared, we're just not, nobody's testing anymore. And so I think some of that is within the, that medical area right there, but we are seeing a bit of a reduction in that. But again, those are some of the things that drive it a little bit. And then just the last slide is just, how many people are making that up. So those numbers are shrinking. And that's all I have.
Thanks, Chief. Very informative. Questions for the chief? Kevin?
Chief, when you get the 4 new firefighters on board, I assume in the early summer, will that drive down the $700,000 projected request for overtime next year?
That should, Kevin, because I know that members who have been here for a while is that almost every year we're coming up short starting at the beginning of the year all the time, it seems like. I mean, there were some years that we were down like 8 people and just, again, the whole process getting them on. So the short answer to that is yes. They'll be coming on board. When they do come on board, they're not eligible for vacation time or anything else like that until, for a whole nother year. So, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It'll help that number.
Okay. Michelle?
On the first page of your presentation, you mentioned the resignations due to positions in the Boston Fire Department. What are the reasons that people make that change?
I hate to lose these people. They've been, every firefighter who's left here and gone to the city of Boston or a couple of places as well, they've been great. They'll say right to me, Chief, I love working for you, the department's great and everything. They're still early in their career. The mechanism for them leaving is that they're still young enough to go out and retake the civil service test. They're allowed to do that up to the age of 32, and then also increase it if they have any military time. They're looking at the bigger picture longer down the road. They're looking to see what the pay rate is in the city of Boston, and that's what they've been leaving for. It's very frustrating. That's literally what it is. Because in order to achieve this, they have to establish residency in the city of Boston, which they have all had to do that. And in a nutshell, the firefighters that we just had leave right now, with everything considered within their contractual agreements over there right now, the firefighter who just left here, one of them held rank here. He held rank, he was promoted. They'll be making almost $120,000 a year, walking into the city of Boston as a step 1 firefighter. That's base salary plus the other contractual, through their contractual agreements. So what they're doing is, I hate to say it, is, in some cases, how could you blame them? They're still young, they want, and they're looking at a bigger picture like that, further down the road. And so it's very frustrating. I'm hoping that it's not a continuing trait. I've discussed this in length with both the town manager and our human resource director, and we're really looking for ways to help, to try to keep people here.
Are our rates similar to other suburban towns, and it's just that Boston pays more?
It's mostly Boston. Yeah, it's mostly Boston. Actually, the only agency I think of off the top of my head too is Massport. That was the only other one we've lost. I think last year we lost a candidate to that.
And forgive me if you already said this, but how many open positions do you have now? Like of actual that has been budgeted, but you don't have filled?
Currently, I have 4.
4, okay.
Yep.
Yes,
And they're going to the academy next month.
Great, thanks.
Sarah?
Yeah. Thanks, Chief. This is a compelling presentation. I'm wondering, on the trucks, the ladder trucks where you're asking for an additional firefighter, how is that filled now? With overtime or through mutual aid, or you just don't have somebody?
We just don't have somebody on there. So if everybody comes to work on each of the work groups right now, there will be 4 firefighters on each one of the 3 engine companies we have, but there would only be the 3 on the ladder.
Okay.
Then that's not backfilled, because we have we would drop down to what's considered like a minimum staffing level, which would be across the board on 3 engines and the ladder, and that never drops below 3.
And the the 5% increase in request for emergency services, is that in town only, or does that include mutual aid calls?
That's inclusive, that's everything.
It's everything?
Yes.
But I think I saw that the mutual aid actually went down from from last year, from 22 to 23. So between 23 and 24, did mutual aid go up or down? If you know.
Between, 2023 and 2024?
Yeah, I was just curious.
If I had to guess, it's probably, I would say it hasn't gotten any more. I'd say it's probably going to be pretty close right around now.
Okay. So the calculation, sorry, I'll just find it. About the overtime reducing, what page is the amount? What page is it? Okay, thank you.
21?
Yeah, 21, thank you. So if this is showing us that if we hired someone to fill in the position, we would save money on the overtime.
Yes, this would be
Is right,
that
right.
that one person
Yep.
on that truck. And as I mentioned, throughout FY '23, I went back and counted, there was 209 times that we had to backfill a position to keep a minimum of 3 on those trucks. So if we had that other person there, we wouldn't have had to bring that overtime.
Okay.
So that would have been the savings there, that 238. That's if everything else stayed the same, you know.
Is that one per truck or one total?
It's just one
One
additional person. So I have 4 work groups, so when I'm requesting the 4 people, it would be 1 for each work group. So like group 1, 2, 3, 4, so every day they come in, they only have 3 people assigned to that truck.
So this 238 savings though is assuming all 4 are hired?
Group, yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Anyone else?
No.
Mike?
So I was on the liaison with the other Mike here, and thank you for that. Got my first tour of the building. I just think it'd be helpful if we dive a little bit into the staffing, and because I actually was just quick number crunching, just personnel services and overtime is just over 5% of our total town budget, and it actually breaks down to more than 100K. I know that includes all kind of different people there. So we have the NFPA standard, and then you also reference a couple minimum staffing. Can you say what defines that minimum staffing, to what extent it's contractual, what does that mean? And just to clarify, if that's when you call in overtime, when you reach below minimum staffing, is that correct? So you just say a little bit where that comes from.
Yeah, sure. So the NFPA standard, that's a nationally recognized standard that's used across the US, right? And so.
But how is that different from minimum staffing?
So what our minimum staffing is, so with the NFPA, we're not even meeting that. If we were to get the positions that I'm even requesting, that would get us, we'd be at the NFPA minimum if everybody came to work that day. If everybody came to work that day with the additional people that were requested, we'd hit the minimum NFPA standard. On a day-to-day basis, we're probably, more times than not, we're still not going to be able to hit that, because what we've been doing is we'll drop down contractually to a minimum of 12, which is on the trucks. If we have the deputy chief, that makes it 13, but the 12 on the trucks. So we contractually do not drop down below 3 on any of those trucks. So the 3 engines and the 1 ladder always have a minimum of 3.
So 12 is the contractually obligated minimum staffing that
Correct.
triggers overtime.
Correct.
And that's different than would be what, 16 if you were NFPA standards?
Was NFPA? Yes, correct.
Okay. And just to further clarify, NFPA, I mean, professional organizations, it's somewhat aspirational. How do our staffing practices compare to other towns or towns you'd compare us to? Because I got the impression from our conversation that most towns don't meet those NFPA standards.
Correct. They don't because they're struggling, same as we struggle to do that. So they're trying to get there. The answer is the majority of them can't. Some of the ones around who do achieve that, I know we don't want to compare with Boston, but I'm just going to use those as a quick example. The way that Boston maintains that, and there's another example I'll bring up as well, but the way that Boston does it, and also I'll mention Brookline, is that they, on their operational budget, they budget 5 seats per truck. So instead of, we budget 4, they budget 5, they still have that extra room, if you will, so they can drop down 1 on each truck and maintain the 4. So they're the ones who stay at the 4 all the time. The majority of the other surrounding communities are in the same boat as us. They'll budget for the 4s, but they'll have to drop down to 3s just for budget restraints. What some will try to do, Newton is a quick basic example off the top of my head. During certain times during the course of the year, like our busy seasons, you start getting into the winter months or what have you like that, that's when they'll upstaff. They'll maintain that NFPA, that minimum of 4 on those trucks, just because believe me, I tell you, you work in the wintertime, it's a whole lot different than working in the summer. It's 2 different extremes, if you will. Much more challenging with the, so you'll see like permanent full-time staffing of 4 on those trucks from anywhere from November right through the end of March in both like the city of Newton. There's a couple other communities. Cambridge manages that too on certain units over there. So that's how they do it. But the reason they're not doing it is the same in most communities. It's because of budget restraints.
So just maybe a thought here on that is particularly about the overtime. Michelle was asking about that your calculation. I really appreciate that. I'm just wondering if, I don't know if the human resources function could help you out and do a deeper analysis about what would be the impact and how we'd manage that. So it may be something to explore in a more comprehensive way.
You know what, Mike, and I know I've mentioned this guys before too as well. I hate to keep bringing up the NFPA, this and that, and what I truly like to say is, I said this earlier on, I've been doing this a long time. I know what it's like to stand there in front of that plate, and I'm looking like this, and you need people there, and it's just, when I come on, what we respond to was a whole lot different than what we're responding to nowadays. We basically have the same amount of people, but our strategies, our tactics, everything has had to change because everything we responded to now is that much. It's always been challenging. Now it's more complex, and more difficult to handle. We're trying to meet those with what we have, and so that's where we're at. I don't mean to keep hammering that standard thing, but it's just I just truly say is just, I'm not saying I'm the know-all, but I know a lot about it. It's just about, I know what I need on these scenes, I know how to control these things, and I know what we need, how many boots we need on the ground.
Thanks. I have 2 more. Could I? So you brought up the lithium fires, and I know that's been the press a lot, and I think, could you talk about actual incidents? Have we had actual lithium fires? What have we learned from them? Maybe what are you seeing in terms of actual incidents from the other fire departments?
Well, we've actually seen, we have the vehicle fires, not frequently. We just had, well, I put one up there. We had that, I think it was last fall. And the other things of smaller devices. We haven't really been tracking them too well.
But they have happened? They're in data? Okay.
Oh, sure. The state is actually just, the new fire marshal has just come out now with a new format, if you will, and now the state's trying to actually track these better. They're actually following on the coattails of New York City. And so now anytime that we respond to an incident that involves anything with a lithium-ion battery, now that's going to be documented. There's a special code that we put in now through our CAD system, through our reporting, to keep up with these things. But we've responded to things. We've had those hoverboards. We've had those scooters. The other thing that's concerning is you'll go in the house, it's the laptop computers, the cell phones. It's these aftermarket charges that people are buying, putting these on and leaving the things and overcharging these things. So we've had all these. We've had multiple incidents with all these things. Nothing big and drastic yet. Like I said, we've had a few of the EVs, the electric vehicle fires, but it hasn't. We haven't had too many yet.
Okay. One more, if I might.
Sure.
So I just want to ask about the new ladder truck. I know it's a capital piece, and I appreciate that it's officially an antique, right? If it was a car, it would qualify for antique plates. But I did get the impression that it is tested rigorously. You talked about, they do sort of the X-ray on the, so it's currently passing those inspections, is that correct?
Yep. So our ladder 2, which is the reserve truck that we have, which we have to maintain that as well. This year it turns 31 years old. And again, yes, between our in-house mechanic, it's on a regular, routine maintenance program. We also have a third-party agency come in annually to do a thorough exam of the truck itself, which includes an examination of the aerial truck as well. It's actually like a sonic test that they do on every rung, every weld on that truck, and so far it's still passing.
Okay.
To look at it from the outside sometimes, because we ran into this with the previous ladder truck that's long gone now, to look at it from the outside was okay, but when he was doing these testings, it was going from the inside out. It was rotting from the inside out.
And so we have a spare vehicle for everyone at that main fire station. So how does that reserve equipment match other surrounding communities? Do they all have a spare ladder truck, the same amount?
To say all, the answer is no to say all of them. I mean, as soon as you said that, no, it popped in my head. No, it doesn't have a spare ladder truck.
Yeah.
We have always maintained a spare. It's essential. A lot of it is driven by our mutual aid agreement, our mutual aid pact through the other 35 cities and towns that we belong with. And because in order to receive, we need to give. Within our contract, what we offer to our mutual aid capabilities is one engine company and one ladder company. Just last week, Needham had a fire. On their working fire, we sent an engine company over there. When that fire now steps up and gets to that second alarm, a ladder truck goes over there. So anytime these trucks go out of town to satisfy the mutual aid, the other ones pull up, and we bring in off-duty personnel to fill them.
So I only have anecdotal knowledge here, but since that visual being seeing a truck behind each one of them there, so I drive around, I could drive by, like Westwood, and I don't see those trucks, and I'm just curious, like, we seem to be...
Westwood has them.
Okay.
What they have is I hate to say it, they have some trucks that aren't manned. Those are some of their spares. It's absolutely imperative that we maintain the reserves fleet that we have. It's not just going out of mutual aid. When I mentioned we have the continuous maintenance program, that's the in-house maintenance that our mechanic is able to do. He does the basic maintenance here, just based because he does it. He's the only one who does it. And then the other thing is just the facility, to have the stuff. Everything else gets outsourced. And anytime you send it out, I think it takes long to get your car repaired. You should see how long it takes to get these done in place. So when they go out, I mean, I had an engine company out that was, engine 4 was out for almost 5 weeks getting that fixed. So when that's out, I have to be able to pull another thing in, and those trucks have to be equipped, hit the button, and go.
Great, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Sarah?
I wanted to look at the actual, on page 17 of the budget, to look at some of the numbers. And I'm wondering the increase in technical services, if you could talk about that.
Yep, I had that one circled. So, yes, on technical services, there was that increase, I believe it's about $25,000. What that ended up being was, that expense was within the police budget for the last few years. A few years back, when we used to have a public safety IT person, we thought it was a good idea at the time to keep all these type of programs, because he actually fell under Chief Dontamont's oversight. So the IT person was in police department's budget, so we had all of these software programs over there. He could oversee it, manage it, that type of thing. So he's been long gone. And now, over the last few years, that fire department software programs have still been under the police. So basically, you're going to see a reduction on the police side with the equal increase on my side.
And under new initiatives on the medical services line, what was the new initiative that was proposed there?
In medical services?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know what that is. Oh, in new initiatives?
Yes.
I think anything that would be under new initiatives would have been driven by the additional personnel.
Okay.
So if the new people are in there, I'm just, yeah, that would have just been driven by that. It would have been, the initial medical costs, what have you, just to bring those people on board. I can look it up. Yeah, some of that, Sarah, it was pre-employment physicals, psych evals, those types of things.
Yep.
And that was based upon, I still have that within the same level of service budget, but not for the same amount. In the new initiative was for 9 positions. If I had to guess, this is probably for 4. Yeah, and in the same level of service, the positions are 4.
And then one more, if I may?
Go ahead.
On the line item for other supplies, there was a 27.7% increase, and I just wondered what that was. And there, it looks like there was actually, oh wait, that was a new initiative, so that was higher.
Yes, on other supplies, that was a, and this is on the same level of service budget, or the?
Yes.
Yeah. So what that is, it's just the, on personal protective clothing,
Oh, okay.
both for the fire recruits, which I have a count of 4 on there, and then also for the rest of the department, it's just for personal protective equipment replacement.
Yeah.
The price of that equipment has just gone up, the exact same equipment, but it's just more.
Yep. Thank you.
All set?
Yes.
Michael P.?
Hey, Chief, this is a little bit different question, and forgive my ignorance if it doesn't make sense, but I didn't realize that a lot of the emergency medical responses is a third party. Fallon, I think, is used. I just always thought it was, town firefighters, paramedics, and stuff like that. Knowing that, though, is there an opportunity, one way or the other, more third party or bringing it in-house? Is there a cost savings opportunity of going in one direction versus the other more?
So a lot of departments, some of the surrounding departments, yes, they run their own ambulance. They run their own ambulance through the fire department, and over the years, some of them had success, others don't. Right now, the biggest challenge with departments who run their own is, number one, getting the people, hiring paramedics. They only hire paramedics. The increase for that level of service, which is basically advanced life support, ALS, they can't get the people.
Okay.
So right now, it's even illustrated in the incidents that we're running right now, how everything's increasing. Those smaller departments are literally chasing their tail with the medical calls, trying to keep up. I also mentioned the overlapping incidents that we're having too, so you have multiple calls. They're running into the same thing. And more times than not, they have 2 medicals going on all the time, so they're gone all the time. They do not have the advantage that Dedham has. And we've run our own ambulance, we've contracted our ambulance almost since I came on the job. We never had it here. I shouldn't say it. We once took it back over way back in the 80s. Actually, the police department had it. They wanted it, so we said, okay, you can have it. But that didn't work out too good. But since then, we've contracted out. And I look at this all the time, and it's, not all the time, but when contracts come up for this, because we get these questions, we have the best service right now that you can want. Because Fallon became coastal, so we have Coastal Ambulance, which is our provider right now, and they provide all the resources that we require them to have in our town. So we'll have like 3 ambulances in town all the time. When we get like real busy, they roll more in. They have the resources because they have other communities around us. So it's always coming in. Apparently right now, so the cities or towns who run their own ambulance, they don't have that advantage. They can't call a coastal. They're calling from these other surrounding communities who have their own ambulances. They're running mutual aid with ambulances all day long. And plus, there's been so much change and oversight through the state right now, through OEMS. They're really running into challenges with their equipment needs and all the other associated costs. Can you make money on it? Yeah. But it's not what it used to be from my limited understanding on it. One chief told me you spend $2 million to make $1 million. That's what he basically told me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So any more questions for the chief on the fire department thing? So we just have to go through the dispatch too. Just so everyone knows, after you're finished, we will break for lunch, so.
I'm done.
Huh?
I'm done.
No, you're not.
Starving. So with dispatch, unless you have really any real questions on it, everything is
Pretty straightforward.
Yes, it's pretty.
pretty much the same as last year. It's the same amount of people. We have 9 dispatchers. One is a supervisor. The only change you may see is there may be some slight changes based upon any type of step raises, basically contractual type things. One thing just to quickly, and I'll stop, is with their overtime, we budget what we believe is going to be needed for the year, but there's an offset to that as well because we'll be receiving approximately $120,000 in 2 separate grants. One's a training grant and one is an operationals grant. We receive those every year, and we put that against the overtime. But with John Arnett, he mentioned to me a couple of years ago that we need to budget the amount used because we just can't. Before we weren't doing that, we were running into the negative all the time. So the budgeted amount is for 193, but we're going to be receiving back from the state. We have to submit, and then they reimburse us for it on a. I think Ken puts it in every couple of months, and we'll receive back 120,000 of that.
That goes directly into a line item or to the general fund?
To the.
Leon?
I believe that goes to the general fund, but I'll confirm that.
I wouldn't think we'll go back into the line item, no. Okay. Which is part of free cash. Okay. Any questions on dispatch for the chief? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
We will now take a pause. A lot of information. What time is it now? We'll try to hit 1:30 to come back.
Yes, please.
You're dismissed.